It's been 154 days. 5 long months. And now, the wait is over. Finally. Racing is back at Keeneland, April 7th through 28th.
Welcome to Today at Keeneland. Scott Hazelton, Gabby Gaudette with you on a chilly Sunday afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse. Not quite afternoon as it's 11:30 Eastern time. It is Kids Club Family Day. We've seen a lot of youth out here at Keeneland Racecourse. The activities will take place until 3 o'clock on the North Terrace. Kids Club members and their families receive free general admission, access to some reserve grandstand seating. So make sure you come out and check out Kids Club Day in partnership with UK Healthcare here today, Keeneland Racecourse.
I already see a lot of kids here roaming the grounds. And, of course, I think they can get their face painted. I saw one little kid walk by just now with the hand painted. Fun. Fun.
And I told you if we weren't careful, they'd find some new folks.
True.
And here's some evidence of that.
Today is Kids Club Family Day.
I'm so excited.
There's lots of amazing amenities like free food. No. Oof. Don't post that one. Kids Club members can come enjoy a free day of the races.
I'm gonna pick the pink pony.
Come enjoy from some free food, games, snacks, and a lot more. What do you like about it?
I like watching the races and getting my face painted and seeing buckles.
That sounds exciting. We hope to see everyone out here. For Ellie, I'm William.
We're gone.
Ellie
Totally,
and William, well done there.
Yeah.
And you got the pink on today. So
that was my favorite part.
you ready to go?
I'm going to bet the pink pony.
What's the pink saddlecloth?
8.
8. There you go. I'm colorblind, so I
the pink pony.
mix up the 8 and 9. William,
So
Ellie,
cute.
well done. Kids Club Day. Come on out and join us here on this afternoon. A lot of activity. Also, it's Rose Day at the races.
Rose all
You
day.
think that was planned? Kids Day and Rose Day? Huh?
Probably.
And you got your Stanley there? Let me just double check that's water in the Stanley.
It's definitely water.
Let's talk about carryovers. Once again, that's been one of the many themes of this spring meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. Yet another Pick 6 carryover, over $135,000, races 4 through 9, the Pick 6 sequence.
Yeah, and it just goes to show you how hard these cards have been here and the prices that have been coming in. We had a 2-day carryover in the Pick 6 just a few days ago, and we already have another Pick 6 carryover today of $135,000, and also that Super High 5 carryover in the finale of over $10K. And it's not I say it all the time, not an easy card today.
Yeah, Toyota Super High 5, race number 9, $10,145 carrying from yesterday. Let's go back to yesterday and recap what we witnessed. How about Class Actor? First time out, a Keeneland sale grad. He's entered in the upcoming Keeneland April sale, which will take place a week from today. He's hip number 15. The Keeneland grad getting it done in race number 6. Cox and Giroux coming together there.
And then following that was a big price winner, Aunt Becca, for trainer Cherie DeVoe and Brian Hernandez Jr., who had 3 wins yesterday afternoon. This winner at 13-1 and beating the heavy favorite for Bill Mott, which I think blew up a lot of those Pick 6 tickets.
That's a serious filly, Aunt Becca. This is a serious distance horse as well. Verstappen. Looks like we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg with him. A bit of a youth movement in the Elkhorn yesterday. He's a Keeneland sale grad. Congratulations to Declan Cannon, his first stakes win at Keeneland Racecourse coming yesterday in the Grade 2 Elkhorn. And then in the Ben Ali, rattle and roll, just closing like we see him when he's at his best. Won a Grade 1 at the age of 2. He's a Keeneland sale grad. And it's Brian Hernandez Jr. and Kenning McPeak that teamed up, and quite a scene out there on the turf course with the winner's circle picture.
That is a full winner's circle. And then what about this epic ride in yesterday's nightcap? It looked like Raylu Gutierrez was going to angle to the outside. He said, nope, I'm going to dip down towards the inside, split horses, and still get up for the victory. That was an amazing performance.
Congratulations to George Sharp there. His silks with the maple leaf on him. George Sharp, a man who's an emerging owner in the game. He's got a really nice horse out on the West Coast named Kangaroo Court, so keep an eye on him the next time in which he will compete. And same for that one, Front Run the Fed, that runner's name winning the 10th and final. Gaffleon Saez, 4 apart from one another. Irad, he sits 6 off the pace. Brian Hernandez Jr. in the blink of an eye now into the 4th position after his 3-win day yesterday, and then Flavian with 8. Wesley Ward, Brad Cox, 1 away from each other in the trainer standings.
And Brendan having a very strong meet. Like solid stakes wins, whatever else, allowance maiden wins. He's had a very, very strong meet so far.
It's been steady. There's no question about it. Let's go to WKYT for the Sunday weather.
Hey there, race fans. Meteorologist Shane Smith here with the forecast for today, and it is going to be a cool one here at Keeneland. We're going to be seeing mostly cloudy skies, temperatures into the 40s and low 50s. There will be a few peaks of sunshine between the clouds, and I think we'll keep the rain showers mainly off to our north, but one or two spotty showers may roll down towards Lexington and could impact your festivities today. So bundle up, it's a cooler day, and enjoy the races here at Keeneland.
And if you're coming out here and you're not ready for the weather, head over to the Keeneland gift shop. They've got you set up. We got some gloves out of there earlier in the meet. They're going to be out in full force for me. Jackets, whatever you need.
Shawls, jackets, hats.
Sweatshirts. So.
And I'm, a glass half full type of gal.
Oh, of course.
And I actually think it's quite pleasant this afternoon.
I don't know how to take that. Let's go to our full card selections. Keeneland Race Day app. Download it right now. It's available on your smart device, your smartphone, your tablet. Get to work, Gabby Gaudet.
Race 3, we agree.
Gaudet.
Race 4.
What did they say you were supposed to be? Your last name was supposed to be pronounced? Goudet.
Goudet.
When you're
down in New Orleans.
Only when you're in NOLA.
There's a lot of Goudets down in New Orleans. Race 7, we agree. Race 8, we agree. We agree a lot today. That's not been the norm this week.
It has not, no pun intended. Your husband, Norm, picking up a win yesterday. They claimed that horse yesterday, too.
We were kind of doing the math. I think they claimed him for 50,000, however many starts ago. I think he's made like upwards of 200,000 since the claim.
There were like at least 3 claims out of that $62,500 event yesterday.
Theodora got him yesterday.
Keeneland Racing on Twitter, on Facebook, Keeneland, on Instagram at Keeneland, and then FanDuel TV. That's a follow that you need on Twitter as well. And more than anything, download the FanDuel TV Plus app. It's going to give you full access to FanDuel TV, FanDuel Racing, on-demand content, a lot of programming going on there. Each and every week, it feels like we're introducing new programming, sports programming as well. So FanDuel TV Plus, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV is where you can download it. So easy. My 3 girls did it in like 5 minutes last night. That's no kidding.
I learned a lot from them in that video.
It's a story for another day, but my girls shot a video. It was great stuff for us out there on the West Coast, and it was just out of nowhere. Here's the featured race, race number 8 on the day. Second level allowance condition, race 7, excuse me. I said race 8, race 7. We'll get to race 8 in a second. Race 7, second level allowance condition, 1 mile and 1/8 the distance, limited liability, 2-1 on the morning line. Only Bakwana is a double-digit price on the morning line. Ired Ortiz Jr. Is going to be in the saddle of this Stuart Janney III homebred, son of Kitten's Joy. I went to the rail horse Buy Me Candy for Nacho Correas IV and Vince Chaminade. This is a candy ride 6-year-old who, to me, I mean, you can't knock him really on his recent form. He comes off of synthetic tries. I think that he's going to be overlooked a bit because there's going to be so much attention on Shug and Irad, and I think he's good enough to win here today. He's 2 for 23 in his career. We're going to roll back his race at Turfway on the 11th of March on the synthetic track at the mile and a quarter distance, and he ends up finishing second, beaten by Tiberius Mercurius, who was third this past week, just a few days back on the 20th, in a third-level allowance condition following this win. So he's beaten by a nice horse. It just might be rounding into his turn to pick up this second-level condition here today. He should sit a good position and try to close on him with Vince Chaminade in the saddle, who has ridden him in the past. So I'll look for a price in the feature. And
Look who he finished third to 2 starts back, too. Verstappen.
Okay, yeah. I had it crossed out there. Thank you.
Sorry.
If I'm struggling, just jump in.
I know. Well, I was giving you like at least 10 seconds.
That was way too long. And then the number 7 horse, second, that is Bakwana, a horse that's going to be a price, and I'll take another shot there. And then the number 2 horse, that will be encouraged for Kenny McPeak. Chased the Dominican Pioneer around in that last race at Keeneland. That was back in the fall, but I think that he'll be better today. Maybe show some speed today. That's the idea with the 2 horse encouraged, with David Cohen taking the call.
You and I agree in this race. I think Buy Me Candy's actually coming out of very strong races on the synthetic. The only concern for me is the 1 for 17 on the turf, but I do think that he is in the form of his life right now, so hopefully he can take that synthetic form back to the turf this afternoon. The 6 limited liability is a horse that I picked second, is the morning line favorite for trainer Shug McGahee. He will take you back to his allowance win at Keeneland about a year ago. at Keeneland. And this was over good ground. It was first time off of the layoff. It's a similar kind of move this year. We haven't seen him since October. Last year, when he was coming into this race at Keeneland, he was coming in off of a layoff since October in the Grade 2 Pilgrim. So there are a lot of things to like about this horse. He was very competitive against Graded Stakes Company in his 3-year-old season. Now he's 4, making his 4-year-old debut, but he has no speed. And I don't mind closers on the turf. They've been winning.
Sure.
But there's not a lot of speed in here. There's no speed in here. So how does he get that right type of setup? I mean, I think highest distinction is the speed of the field, and he's used to sitting in 5th. So it's just going to be one thing that he will have to overcome today.
Yeah, pace is very interesting in that featured 7th event. So let's go to Tom Leach for more on today's feature at Keeneland.
Here with jockey Joe Talamo. He'll ride 8-to-1 shot, highest distinction in the feature on the Sunday card. That last race off the layoff, one of his better efforts in a while, right?
Yeah, he ran a heck of a race. Pretty disappointed he got beat like that right at the wire. But if he runs that same race back Sunday, I think he'll be tough.
What did you feel different from when you rode him in the past?
He's kind of a horse like in the past. He kind of, some days he'll want to run, some days he doesn't, and I think that layoff kind of freshened him, might have did him some good mentally, and obviously came back and ran really well. So again, if he puts forth that same effort, I think he'll be tough.
What about the move to turf?
I think that's going to help again. He's run really well on grass in the past, and he loved the synthetic. So a lot of times that synthetic to turf switches over well.
Same level of optimism for the distance?
Yeah. I think the further the better with him as well. He's a horse. I think he's not one that gets tired pretty easy. He seems to the further the better. So I think he'll be good.
Good luck with him.
So thank you.
It's Joe Talamo. He's on highest distinction in the Sunday feature.
And just taking a look at the track conditions released to us here. Fast main track, good turf course today. So harrowed and rolled and no water applied yesterday as far as the track is concerned. Joe Talamo, that was right after he won a race at an 8 to 10 to 1 price for Tom Drury and the Claiborne connections on Couth.
Yeah, congratulations to Joe, and best of luck to him today in the feature.
Let's move along to our key races of the afternoon, and as promised, we will visit race number 8, this allowance race on the card, which will be part of the pick 6, late pick 4, late pick 5. Starts the late daily double. Non-mortals to 2 lifetime for 3-year-olds going 7/8 of a mile. Scotland is 3 to 5 on the morning line in here. King's Glory, it's going to be between these two. It looks a lot like the Philly race yesterday, doesn't it?
I know.
Kind of eerily in that sense.
And we handicapped this race 3 days ago, sent in our picks many days ago. But that is something to keep in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
Bill Mott sent out a really 2 to 5 favorite yesterday, a filly, and she just didn't really show up. And, she had 2 starts. She won first time out, came off the layoff, finished second to Key of Life. Scotland has had 1 start, and it was very impressive.
It was, and that's who I end up going with here in this 8th race. I've got Scotland on top for Ellen J. Foxwoods, well-bred son of good magic, stakes-winning first dam, Gems of Park, who's 5 for 5 as far as a broodmare, 5 winners from 5 starters. We'll take you back to that race on debut on the 4th of March, not fast away from the gate. That's the thing that concerns me about this horse sprinting again today. Can he do what he did versus this group and be successful? He'll get up and win by a head. Now, part of the intrigue of this performance and this horse today is that there were 3 horses that came out of this race and won their next start, including the horse that was beaten just ahead in the end. So very live race that Scotland comes out of, but he's got to break, because if he doesn't, I think King's Glory is a danger in here. The number 2 horse for Cortland Farm. This is a horse for Steve Asmussen that showed major improvement last time out from his debut at Saratoga in the summer months. High Keeneland purchase prices, a yearling back in 2021, over $500,000. And then Tumbarumba, I do think that there's a fairly big drop-off, at least from what we've seen in their past races coming into this race for the rest of this competition. But Tumbarumba, Oscar Performance Gelding, who looks like he might just be a touch better, not a touch, a whole lot better on dirt. So I'll throw him underneath in 3rd.
Yeah, that's going to be a pivotal race in the pick 6 or any multi-race sequence that you play, because I think, once again, Scotland's going to be a heavy favorite, much like we saw Belmont's filly yesterday. If she loses, it could just be bombs away in the pick 6, pick 5. All right, I'm going to take us earlier in the card. It's a maiden special weight, race 2, 5.5 furlongs on the turf. The 5 is the 8-5 favorite. This is a tough race. We have a couple of first-time starters towards the inside, including All I Want Is You for Nacho Correas. We have some shorter prices towards the outside, and Snow Princess and Secret Money, 7-2, 9-2. But this is a very difficult field. Some horses are getting to the turf for the first time. Say the 9, LJ's Emma, who's a filly by Into Mischief out of a Pulpit mare. She's bred to handle the turf. So there is a lot going on in this race. But I am honed in on one horse in particular, and it's the 12 Secret Money for trainer Brendan Walsh. Irad Ortiz Jr. gets the call today. We'll take you back to her debut performance, her only performance at Gulfstream Park, and just pay attention to the gate break. She's the number 5 here. A couple of horses come over and kind of shut off her path, but more importantly, look at her action. She just kind of throws her front feet so high in the air. It looked like in the early part of the race, Scott, either the turf stung her a little bit, she wasn't getting any traction on the turf that day. Whatever it was, I think this filly has a little bit more speed than what she offered in her first race. The beginning of the race was very awkward. And not only that, we just don't see horses make up ground in turf sprints at Gulfstream Park. We do here. We don't see it at Gulfstream Park. The winner, Shoot at the Lights, was a Wesley Ward gate-to-wire winner. Just took off. And, it was all said and done from there. So one more bullet point to this. Brendan Walsh, with maidens in turf sprints, he wins at 20%, finishes in the money at 40%. I think this filly can take a big step forward on this turf.
I'll accept that stat. That's good. We're not getting too far in the weeds.
And 69 horses.
Yeah. So maidens in turf sprints.
Yep.
Okay. And we talked about how good of a meet he's having.
Yep.
For stopping, getting the win yesterday in the Alcorn. Clocker report. Honor Rafiq in race number 3. That's the number 8 filly for Eddie Keneally. I've always liked this filly, and I'm glad to see her posted on the Clocker report. 3 solid breezes since the race she probably needed. Drops to claiming and has run well here in the past. KG Barn gets a go-to rider. I believe it is Saez, if memory's serving correctly, in race number 3. And then in race number 9 after 8, 49-1. Maintenance breeze. Locally, serious work in Florida, trainer 30% to similar layoff, 30% second start, 30% first time turf. Can you back those stats up? It's a lot of 30% being thrown at me.
Hold on. Maintenance breeze locally, so trainer 30% with similar layoff, 30% second start, 30% time. Who is this? Race 9, number 2?
That's right. And it is Saez, by the way, in honor of Rafiq.
Yeah.
Delacour?
Delacour. Well, I didn't look up those specific stats, but that is one of the reasons why I picked this horse.
The 2?
Yeah.
Okay. I got another 30% for you that's not noted there. First time going around a ground, Arnold Delacour wins 30% of the time.
Dirt to turf, 30%. First time turf, 30%.
Somebody needs to name a horse Delacour 30 or something like that. Arno 30%. Something along those lines. That's a high statistic. 30% is a high win percentage, batting average. If you can do something 30% of the time successfully in sport, you're doing a
And look at the
heck of a
Broodmare
job.
sire.
Blame. There you go. Classy Dame. Blame. Into Mischief. That'll do, too.
Yep.
It's all coming together. After 8. Send it in. It's time for the ticket. Speaking of tickets, rather, I told Isaac, our producer, I'm either determined or dumb. I'm not quite sure. I think it's a blend of both. Because I'm throwing $100 at the late pick 4 here today.
Oh, my.
I think it's worth it. I really do. Depth in race number 6. The 6th race is tough. It's a maiden 30. I mean, it's one of those types of races to where I don't have a ton of confidence in that race. Maiden 30 going 7/8 of a mile. In race number 7, you've got that 1 1/8 turf event, which I do think there's more to it than just limited liability, hence the inclusion of them. 8, race 8, King's Glory Speed, Scotland's Form. I'll lean on those 2. And then in race number 9, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 to close things out. I would have put more horses on my ticket for race number 9. I think race 6 and race 9 are the biggest hurdles to overcome in this late pick 4.
After the bloodbath that was our pick 6 ticket a couple days ago, Don't ask me to go in on it with you.
Oh, I'm not.
Okay. You have 100.
But you owe me because
plus?
I've already done you a big favor this morning, so
did.
you owe me.
I'll pitch in $10. Pick
Thanks a
3,
lot.
the turf pick 3, race 5, 1, and the 11. It's a Brendan Walsh day. Brendan Walsh is going to have a big day. Also, I'm a little concerned. We just got statistics today how the turf and dirt have been playing. I think the one post has won once on the turf this whole meet. I think that's how I read
Where'd you get
it.
these stats?
I looked at it online. I'll show you later. So I backed myself up with the 11. That was part of the reason why I didn't single this horse in the first leg. Race 7, 1, 3, and the 6. And that was that turf allowance race that we were talking about. I thought it was really competitive, but the one Buy Me Candy, both yours and my top selection. And then the 9th race is a mile on the turf as well. I'm using the 2 after 8 with all those really strong statistics with Arnaud Delacour, the 7 Royal Blood for Carlo Vaccarezza, and the 9 Bolt Toro, who I think is probably the class of the race. I don't necessarily pick him in the top 2, but I thought he was a must-use in the turf pick 3.
$72 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, $3 minimum wager. Make sure you get involved starting in race number 5. Our Keeneland Sales Grad Spotlight. We're going to take you back to the 2020 Keeneland September sale and show you a filly at the time was just simply a daughter of Curlin out of the Street Sense First Dam Millum, who was a stakes winner. Now she's known as Lakota Spirit, and Peter Brandt purchased her for $250,000. $250,000 is what she was purchased for at that September sale, and she's an April sale entry as well. So we look forward to seeing her in that sale coming up a week from today, which will get underway at 4 o'clock Eastern time. There's some good horses in that April sale. Ocean City, who won the other day for the Coolmore Connections, he's entered in the sale. The horse that won yesterday on debut, Class Actor, who's hip number 15 this one. So make sure you take a look at those catalogs. They're available at Keeneland.com, and there have been some supplements as well, some big-time supplements that you're going to want to
And will continue
peruse.
to happen.
Yeah.
All right, best angle time. You're
Let's go.
taking us back to earlier in the day. We're hitting this race twice.
Race number 2, and this second race, Cowichan, 8-5. I say that with a question mark. Does that sound correct to you, Gabby Gaudet, as far as the pronunciation?
Not my expertise.
No, it's not.
English.
I don't know why I'm even referring to you.
I don't even think that's English.
Cowichan for
Words.
Stone Street Stables and Wesley Ward. A horse that I think deserves to be favored, but I think this is a bit of a grass grab bag, even with Cowichan being installed at the 8-5 morning line favorite. I'm going to have a trifecta box. I'm going to box 4 horses in the trifecta for 50 cents, 4, 5, 11, and 12. And here's a look at this Kodiak filly for Stone Street Stables. They have been going and acquiring a lot of really nice horses out of those European sales with these European pedigrees, bringing them here to the States, winning races, taking them back over to Europe and performing well. And they're on the far side in those gold silks, burgundy and gold silks of Stone Street Stables. She ends up finishing 3rd, going 5.5 furlongs. She's been the beaten favorite in her last 3, but she makes her Keeneland debut. She gets a Lasix for the first time, too. That could be a big help for Cowichan. But I'll box her up with 4, 11, and 12. So a 4, 5, 11, 12, 50-cent trifecta box in race number 2. It'll cost you 12.
You know what was the lock of the day, the best bet of the day? It already happened. That Kurt Becker would light our phones up.
That's true.
After you try to pronounce that horse's name. And guess what? You did it correctly.
Cowichan.
That's what he said.
Nice.
Yeah,
Thank you,
thanks, Kurt. He's always
Thank you, my friend.
delivering.
When are we having dinner, Kurt?
when we're struggling. When we're on the struggle bus, which is often. All right, I'm going to take us to the 5th race. It's an allowance race on the turf. Included in that turf pick 3 sequence, the 10 is the 3-1 favorite, Tequilera. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Is it
Sounds good.
tequilera?
Tequilera.
Like tequila?
Yeah, Tequilera. I'm
Okay.
going to go with that. Fast and flirty.
I'm not.
Brendan Walsh. Come on, Kurt. Save the day. The one, Fast and Flirty, is going to be the top pick for me. I'm telling you, Brendan Walsh is going to have a big day.
He better have a big
He's gonna have a
day,
big day.
otherwise he is not going to talk to you
It's
for
true.
months. I'm just throwing that out there.
It's true.
Okay, good luck.
Okay, this horse is Buy Into Mischief out of a Not for Love mare. Bred top and bottom to love the turf. For the majority of her career, she sprinted on the dirt. She tried the turf once. This was 2 starts back in January at Gulfstream Park in her 8th career start. and she wound up finishing a very, very good second. And this was her first race off of the layoff. She saw herself forwardly place that day under Tyler Gaffleone and suffered a brutal defeat here coming down the stretch. This was a game performance because she had to go in between two fillies, the 13 to the inside, the 3 to her outside, and she still finished really strongly. I love her coming back to the turf today, the blinkers on. I think she could probably even make the lead, and that might be the best case scenario. She is naturally very fast, especially stretching back out in distance. So she is my strongest opinion in this race. Again, in the pick 3, I backed myself with the 11 Pioneer's Edge, Pioneer of the Nile filly for Josie Carroll. But I'm just going to do a $20 win bet.
Dropping the hammer. 20 to win, race 5 to 1 for Gabby Gaudet. Best angle of the day. Here's Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day.
Long shot play today comes in the 9th race. It's Red Jag, and you have to be very forgiving to try to take a shot with this horse. Just forget those last 2 races and focus on the pedigree for this horse, which screams out for turf, which is what this horse gets today. So on the surface switch, let's see if Red Jag can at least hit the board and maybe light it up for today's long shot.
I love the sound effect.
It is good. Another week, another winner for Gabby Gaudet. You've smoked me 3 weeks, 3 in a row. I've got one last chance of just getting on the scoreboard for a week win.
Question. I have to sign my winner's card. Do you have a pen by any chance?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No.
Just
I've got an idea for you, but I'm not going to say it on air.
But you know what? I will say, because I'm an honest soul, your handicapping overall has been better than mine. Period. Like, you have been crushing it. You've had more wins than I have had. You've been more dialed in than I have had, or than I have been.
This is a setup of some sort.
No, I'm just saying. But I deliver when it matters.
You've crushed it. No, you've crushed it. Our producer Isaac said, Scott, you'll always have April of 2022 because I had a good run there. So that's probably about the theme. That's it. We're
what's
done.
our site? Oh, no, that's next week. That's it.
Next week. I'm getting you next week.
Let's do it.
I got to win twice. Happy Kids Club Family Day activities until 3 o'clock. And don't forget, for the moms and dads out there, Rosé Day at the race, especially the moms. They love the rosé. There's a special bar set up at the club lawn for Whispering Angel Rose. For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy this Sunday.
In this industry, timing is everything. Every moment counts. And this moment is yours to seize. Sell a hot runner. Find your next winner. Strengthen your stable. Sunday, April 30th at Keeneland, following the spring race meet. The April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, a sales event to kick off Kentucky Derby Week at the World's Marketplace.
Last September broke records.
It brought the energy, the magic, the momentum.
And this year, it all returns.
Only at the World's Yearling Sale. Keeneland, September. New Toyota Tundra is amazing. It's rugged and capable.
Designed, engineered, and built right here in the USA.
And Tundra is more powerful and more fuel efficient.
The iForce Max hybrid powertrain delivers 437 horsepower.
And with the multi-terrain select, no matter what the conditions are, it automatically adjusts the engine throttle and traction.
While the crawl control modulates the throttle and brakes.
When we say you can go anywhere and do anything,
Tundra really means it.
Yeah.
Toyota. Let's go places.
It's been 154 days. 5 long months. And now, the wait is over. Finally. Racing is back at Keeneland, April 7th through 28th.
In conjunction with Kids Club Family Day, presented by Kentucky Children's Hospital, Keeneland welcomes Ella Woodford to the paddock. Ella was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic lymphoma at the age of 4 and was in treatment at Kentucky Children's Hospital Dance Blue Hematology Oncology Clinic for 2 years and 2 months. She rang the bell, symbolizing the end of her chemo treatment in March 2017 and has been in remission since. Now 12 years old, Ella likes to play soccer and run track and cross country. She also enjoys experimenting with new recipes in the kitchen. Here to sing the national anthem on behalf of Kentucky Children's Hospital, Ella Woodford. We ask that you please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Jill Major with dining as the employee of the day. Congratulations, Jill.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast. The turf is listed good. Temporary rail is down today for the turf racing. All lanes open. Full width of the turf course available today. And again, the turf listed in good condition. Race number 1, we take a look at the early program changes, starting with that first race where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick 3s and also the early pick 5 will get underway. There are no changes in that first event. Turning to race 2. Second race is where the early pick 4 begins. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Third race, scratch the 4, Treasure of War. Third race, scratch the 4, Treasure of War. Fourth race, start of the pick 6, carryover of $135,000. Please note, contrary to the program, number 6, Mobster Gun, is a gelding. Contrary to the program, the 6 Mobster Gun is a gelding. Race 5, start of the late pick 5, and also the start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. In race 5, scratch the 7, Helen's Well, and scratch number 13, Saki. That's in race 5, scratch the 7, Helen's Well. Also scratch number 13, Saki. Please note the 14 draws into the race. 14, Mint Edition, draws into the race. Race 6, start of the late pick 4, scratch the 9, all in the call. Sixth race, scratch the 9, all in the call. Featured 7th race has no changes. The 8th race has no changes. The 9th and final race, there is a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 of just over $10,000. In the 9th race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Well, happy Sunday to you, Kurt Becker. And for those of you joining us on this Sunday card at Keeneland Racecourse, it is Family Day, as we feel that and have felt it over the course of the time that we've been here. It's always a great day at Keeneland Racecourse, presented in partnership with UK Healthcare. 9-race card, Gabby, and yet another carryover to talk about in just a few moments.
That's right. It's been so tough. Some of these results have been hard to find, hence the Pick 6 carryover, and then also the Toyota Super High 5 carryover in today's nightcap as well. So plenty of opportunity to make money if you're out of the track today.
Let's take a glance at our featured race this afternoon. It is race number 7, and we're taking a look at that morning line. Limited liability for Shug McGahee, a homebred for Stuart Janney III. The morning line favorite, the colt by Kitten's Joy, 2-1 on that morning line, with Irad Ortiz Jr. going to be riding later today.
The problem with him, though, coming off the layoff is that there's no speed in this 1.5-mile race. That could be his biggest obstacle to overcome. Buy Me Candy is a horse that's been in good form at Turfway. He is 1 for 17 on the turf, but at least he's been in good form and hopefully can ride that into a win this afternoon on the turf course. A competitive field for our featured.
That's part of the late pick 5, late pick 4, as well as the pick 6. And here's that number as far as the carryover, $135,000 to $128. So over $135,000 in the pick 6 carryover. That will begin with race number 4 here this afternoon. So make sure you get involved. And then the Toyota Super High 5 carryover, that'll be in the 9th and final, over $10,000 carrying from yesterday's nightcap. The opener coming up at the top of the hour in less than 21 minutes. Let's dive into this field for race number 1 here at Keeneland today. This is a $30,000 claimer, 3 and up, which have not won 3 races, or 3-year-olds with no restriction as far as victories in their career. And a mile and the 16th will be the distance, so a first wire finish here for the opener. King's Ovation, 2-1. Current favorite right now for Dale Roman's Peacock Stable and West Point Thoroughbreds, and not this time 5-year-old who's making his second start this year. He ran in a starter optional 32 last time out. He was second that day, going a 1-turn mile. I'm hoping that he can be forward, be quick, show that kind of speed that we saw from him down at GP at Gulfstream Park. If he's able to, he should be dangerous with his short stretch to work with today.
That does make the difference for him, because that last second place performance, he was forwardly placed. He was in the thick of it in a somewhat fast pace. And then his last win, which came June of 2021, so a long time ago, he actually found himself forwardly placed that day too. So I agree with you, Scott. That is the key. He just sometimes doesn't always have that follow through. And at the price, I just decided to go elsewhere.
Fieldstone is where you've gone. He's my second choice, your top selection. Can see the reasons why you would gravitate towards this horse. I mean, consistency is a big plus in any aspect of sport, and this horse has it as of late at this level down at Fairgrounds.
That's right. He won back in December at the Fairgrounds, getting the non-winners of 2 lifetime condition. They stepped him up to the allowance level off the claim, and then he clearly can't compete at the A other than level, so bringing him back down to the $30,000 level. He's probably going to have to work out the right type of trip, save some ground, hopefully not be too far off of the pace because of that short stretch. I just think he's a horse that's been in good form and a legitimate alternative to the favorite.
He's got this, the 4, Tyler Gaffleone, Andrew McKeever, the conditioner for Maple Lane Farm. Had some good starts at Fairgrounds as well. That was with a different barn, now moves to Andrew McKeever's care up here at Keeneland. Has had a couple of workouts locally at Keeneland Racecourse, including a nice 47-3 move on the 4th of April, which is more than solid for a level like this. So I think both he and the 1 look very similar in form. Different price, though. The 4 is actually not far off of being the favorite as we stand 18 minutes to the post.
He's kind of just been plugging along at the $30,000 level, Scott. It's been a while since this horse won, and it was at Louisiana Downs. But he's been close. He's been consistent. He just hasn't had that follow-through. But that said, he's been higher prices in all of those races. Today, he finally, I think, finds the right group.
18 minutes to the post, race 1, fast conditions on the main track, good turf course this afternoon, and this first race does start the first double of the day, first pick 3 of the afternoon, as well as that early pick 5.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. 3-year-olds and up, a $30,000 claiming price, a mile and a 16th over the main track. Listed fast. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. There are no changes in the first event. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 5. Main track is fast. Turf listed good. Post time in 6 minutes.
Horses on the track warming up for today's opener at Keeneland, and the 5 King's Ovation is your 8-5 favorite currently. He looks really good for trainer Dale Romans. He comes in off of a little bit of a freshening since early February, but that was his first race off of the layoff since November. So he's, I think he probably got a lot out of that last race, and in terms of his fitness, he couldn't look any more fit. He looks like he has a lot of muscle on him. He also looks like he's held that condition. So he just looks like he's in very, very good form and should be able to deliver one of his best this afternoon. The 1 Fieldstone is the other horse that I was taking a look at for Alexis Clare, who I believe it was last spring. She won her first race at Keeneland. She comes in with Fieldstone this afternoon, having claimed him, and I thought it was a useful effort last time out, just kind of a one-paced effort. But with the rail draw today and overall not that much early speed, I think he should be able to find himself a forward trip, and he looks sharp, he looks fresh and ready to go under Corey Lannery this afternoon. So just looking at these horses on the track, it does look like the betting public has it right with the 5 at 8-5 and the 1 Fieldstone at 7-2. These 2 horses, to my eye, look the best in the post break.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Drop Anchor from the outside. Here's Rogue Element moving up as well. And King's Ovation in between that pair. Drop Anchor, though, comes forward and has the lead by a length into the first turn. Now leads at a length and a half. Gets clear of the inside traffic as they swing around that first turn and angles down toward the rail. Drop Anchor will hug the rail around the first turn. Leads it by 2.5 lengths. King's Ovation backs away. Into the second spot, a length. Rogue Element is in third. Fieldstone is off the rail between horses in fourth. Job Security 3 wide in fifth. He's got this back toward the rail in sixth, and Mr. Peterkin last of the 7. 24.78 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Drop Anchor shows the way by a length and a half. King's Ovation second up the backstretch ahead. Now Fieldstone has switched lanes again, this time shifting back down to the inside and is a close-up third, challenging for second, a length off the lead. Gap of 2 to Job Security in the fourth position. He's got this fifth just to the outside of Rogue Element and Mr. Peterkin last. 49.64 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Fieldstone looking for more running room just to the inside, trying to squeeze up and challenge Drop Anchor for the lead, not quite finding enough room. Now he has a spot to move, and Fieldstone goes up the rail for the lead. King's Ovation is second from the outside. Drop Anchor has lost ground from third. He's got this. Is fourth, 5 from the lead. Job Security to his outside. They're already past the quarter pole. Fieldstone leads at a length. Here's King's Ovation, drawing right alongside to the top of the short stretch. Gap of 5 more lengths. He's got this third. Job Security fourth, and moving up toward the outside, but still well behind the lead pair. And King's Ovation, final furlong, has a narrow lead. Fieldstone is second by 4. Job Security third. He's got this fourth. It is King's Ovation. King's Ovation drawing clear for Joe Talamo. King's Ovation to win the opener. Fieldstone was home second. Job Security was third. He's got this was fourth.
King's Ovation in the opener for Peacock Stable, led by the legend Tom Hammond. Congratulations to he and his partners, Chris Collinsworth and Mike Battaglia, here at the races today. Trained by Dale Romans. King's Ovation, very impressive here in the opener at even money.
He was very impressive, and he looked ready to roll, just looked the absolute picture this afternoon before the race, and especially during the race when he drew off to win by multiple lengths in the end. The 5, King's Ovation, winning the opener at even money.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. 5, King's Ovation was first. 1, Fieldstone was second. 3, Job Security third. 4, He's Got This was fourth. 5-1-3-4 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, number 5, King's Ovation. Owned by the Peacock Stable of Tom Hammond, Chris Collinsworth, and Mike Battaglia. Owned also by West Point Thoroughbreds LLC of Terry Finley. The trainer is Dale Romans, the jockey Joe Talamo. King's Ovation, a 5-year-old son of Not This Time, out of Karen Silk by High Cotton, bred in Kentucky by Roxanne Martin Stable Incorporated. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 45.8 seconds. Results of race 1 official. 5-1-3-4, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming. The turf is listed good today. The temporary rail is down this afternoon. A reminder, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Start of the early pick 4. Looking ahead to the third race, a reminder, scratch number 4, Treasure of War. That's the third race, scratch the 4, Treasure of War. Fourth race, contrary to the program, number 6, Mobster Gun is a gelding. Fourth race, contrary to the program, number 6, Mobster Gun is a gelding. Looking to race 5, scratch the 7, Helen's Well, and scratch 13, Saki. That's race 5. Scratch the 7, Helen's Well, and scratch 13, Saki. A reminder, number 14 draws into the race. 14, Mint Edition, draws into the race.
Race number 2 is a maiden special weight event worth $100,000. 5.5 furlongs is the distance for these turf sprinters, and the turf listed as good here this afternoon at this point at Keeneland Racecourse. Cowichan is the number 5 horse for Stone Street Stables. He has been the beaten favorite. She, rather, has been the beaten favorite in her last 3 starts between Belmont and Saratoga. She's had 7 months off since her last race. 4 races at the age of 2. This is her 3-year-old debut. Should be a more grown-up version of this daughter of Kodiak that Stone Street Stables, Barbara Benke and the team purchased for nearly $500,000 for back in 2021. She gets Lasix for the first time. A lot of upside for a filly that's 4 for 4 in the money, just seeking that first career victory.
Yeah, she is. She's been so consistent so far. She has been disappointing at short prices, including even down as low as 40 cents of the dollar when she lost at Belmont last June. But she is a consistent sort. We know that she'll be able to at least sit forwardly placed or mid-pack with this type of post position. And we'll see if Wesley Ward can continue what has been a very strong meet.
The outside runner, the number 12 horse, that is Secret Money for Fortune Farm, and trainer Brendan Walsh, currently sitting at 9-2. That makes this filly the 3rd choice in the wagering. Good Samaritan filly who had 1 run at Gulfstream Park and didn't have the cleanest start.
It wasn't that it was not clean, Scott. She just kind of had her path taken away a little bit coming out of the gate. And she also just didn't look like she was taking to the turf that day. Her feet were going so high in the air. She looked a little discombobulated immediately coming out of the starting gate. And I just don't think she handled the turf that day. That turf surface versus this turf surface, night and day. It's also a very tough turf to make up ground on, and she was about 8 lengths off the pace at one point. The winner went gate to wire in that event. So I just think you kind of have to give her the benefit of the doubt, and she's going to improve today in her 2nd start, and on a turf that can set up for closers.
Sandra D, the number 4, will have Brian Hernandez Jr. riding her this afternoon. Brian rode her on debut. Brian Hernandez Jr. had a 3-win day yesterday, capped off with a win in the Ban Ally with the Rattle and Roll, the horse that he's very familiar with and had a lot of success. And this filly ran well on debut. She was 3rd, then progressed a touch in her most recent effort back on the 25th of March at Fairgrounds. But she's by More Spirit from an Unusual Heat first dam. If you're not familiar with Unusual Heat, one of the more impactful stallions on the West Coast for a number of years, the late Unusual Heat. His broodmares have done quite well, and this filly is a half-sister to 3 turf winners. So this is in big part, a pedigree play on a 21-1 shot, hoping that she moves forward with the move over to the turf today.
And she had a little bit of trouble in her first race. She came back in her 2nd race, and they went a pretty quick final time, 1:10-4, especially for the fillies maiden special weight division down there over the course of the winter at the fairgrounds. She has some talent. We'll see if the turf can turn things around for her and get her into the winner's circle.
And then Heartful Hope, the 8 horse for Vicky Oliver and Jimmer Racing, another big price. This number 8 horse right now sitting at odds of 21-1. A North Carolina bred filly. Don't see many of those, period, let alone racing here in Kentucky. But here we've got one, a daughter of Central Banker.
Look past her last race and look at her debut. She showed speed against tougher competition. She wound up showing speed and fading to finish 5th that day, but she lost to a filly by the name of Daring Do, who came back to win an allowance race this past Thursday. I just thought it was a productive debut, and she definitely has speed. I think 5.5 furlongs on the turf might be her best distance in surface. We'll see.
Big field, good betting race coming up. Race number 2, start of today's early pick 4 at Keeneland.
horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Newtown Anner Stud. Maiden special weight fillies and mares age 3 and up, 5.5 furlongs over the turf. Listed good. Temporary rail is down today. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Double pick 3 and started the early pick 4. Post time at 7 minutes.
Five minutes out from the second race on today's card. A nice maiden special weight, 5.5 furlongs on the good listed turf. And we'll take a look at 2 runners in this race. The 11 Snow Princess, not a filly we really talked about in the paddock, but she is taking a lot of money at 4-1 right now for the Hall of Famer trainer Bill Mott. She's a filly by Quality Road, and she's out of a Candy Ride mare. Whenever you see that, it's a good inclination that a horse would take to the turf surface. She's a lightly framed filly. There are some other fillies in here that are really, really strong in the hindquarters that just kind of look like a prototypical turf sprinter, and she looks good. I'm not saying that. I think she definitely physically looks like she'll improve getting to the turf. Today she showed some speed in her first race, and obviously that will translate well to a turf sprint. For what it's worth, Bill Mott with sprinters going from dirt to turf, specifically as it pertains to maidens, 2 for 30, so 7% overall. We'll see if he can buck that trend today with the 11 Snow Princess. And the 9 LJ's Emma is the other filly I wanted to mention. Talking about turf pedigree, she's a filly by Into Mischief out of a Pulpit mare, really and truly, and she just looks very strong. Again, this is a filly that just, you could see the muscle definition on her. I think she's a filly that could definitely outrun her odds. She showed improved speed in her last race. She was bet down to the favorite in her first race, and we're talking about very strong races. Merlatza was a filly she faced in that debut, a nice filly for Brad Cox. Mariah's Appeal in that race as well. So she's gone against tough company. Now the surface changed to a turf sprint. She's bred to handle it, and she certainly looks like a typical turf sprinter at 17-1. We'll see how the race unfolds. It's a competitive race, but currently your favorite is the 5 Cowichan off the layoff for trainer Wesley Ward.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Newtown Anner Stud, start of the early pick 4.
Let's try that trick.
They are at the post. And they're off. Snow Princess broke alertly, along with Rapunzel's Song. And here comes Little Hot Mess moving up now to challenge for the lead. Rapunzel's Song ahead in front. Little Hot Mess moves by, has the lead a half length to the inside. LJ's Emma third. Cowichan away in fourth between horses. All I Want Is You. Fifth down toward the inside. Snow Princess broke well but settles back outward from the rail. In sixth, Sandra D to the inside is in seventh. Secret Money, eighth, 3 wide, running 8 lengths off the lead. Heartful Hope is in the ninth position. Glamour and a 10th. Point Well Taken, 11th. Agent last of 12. 21.46 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Little Hot Mess leading Rapunzel's Song by less than 1 length with a quarter mile to go. Gap of 3, LJ's Emma, then Cowichan, and Cowichan is fourth toward the inside. Still 2.5 lengths from the lead, but now tries to find an opening. LJ's Emma moves up, and Secret Money is running fast from the outside. Cowichan finds an opening down toward the inside. Cowichan, LJ's Emma, Secret Money. Snow Princess runs late toward fourth, still well back of the leaders, though. Secret Money is the leader, is the winner. Secret Money, Arado Ortiz Jr. Cowichan home second, and then LJ's Emma held for third.
A tale of two journeys here in race number 2. A tough one for the favorite. She's begging for that split to open up and bowling her way through there, and that ultimately probably cost her at least a little bit of ground during the course of this stretch run. But clear sailing for Secret Money today in start 2 of her career. Brendan Walsh for Fortune Farm.
Yeah, she was out in the clear by the time they hit the top of the stretch. Had to go a little bit wide, hence the wide post position, but that didn't seem to matter as long as she got her feet underneath of her and could find that rhythm. She definitely had that advantage over the 5 Cowichan, who winds up finishing second at 7 of 5. But Brendan Walsh, Irad Ortiz Jr. behind the 12 Secret Money, your unofficial winner of race 2.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: 12 Secret Money was first, 5 Cowichan second, 9 LJ's Emma third, 1 All I Want Is You was fourth. 12-5-9-1 unofficial. Results of race 2 official. 12-5-9-1, the official results. In the winner's circle, the official winner of Keeneland's second race, the Newtown Anner Stud, 12 Secret Money, owned by Fortune Farm, LLC, of Richard Nicolai, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. Secret Money, 3-year-old filly by Good Samaritan, out of Awesome Humor by Distorted Humor, bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm, LLC. Keeneland September sales graduate gets the 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good in 1 minute 2.71 seconds. Now the trophy presentation. Marcelo and Everardo Martinez, managers for Newtown Anner Stud, present the trophy to the connections of Secret Money. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Main track is listed fast. Scratch the 4, Treasure of War. Scratch the 4, Treasure of War. Fourth race, a reminder, contrary to the program, the 6 Mobster Gun is a gelding. It's the fourth race. 6 Mobster Gun is a gelding. Race 5, scratch the 7 Helen's Well and scratch 13 Saki. Race 5, scratch 7 Helen's Well and scratch 13 Saki. A reminder, number 14, Mint Edition, draws into the race.
Race number 3 getting set to be saddled up with less than 19 minutes to post. This group getting set to be saddled up. Keen Lady is who we're taking a look at right now. That's the number 6 runner, who is the 3-1 second choice behind the 8. And Keen Lady for Michelle Level. Michelle's claimed a fair amount of horses as of late, has not won one off the claim recently. Not that she isn't capable. I'm not worried about that stat. I'm more focused on this filly's ability that she has shown since breaking through with that maiden 30 victory at Fairgrounds. She's won her last 2, and I think that this is another opportunity to keep this momentum going, even with the cutback in distance to 7 furlongs today, with Colby Hernandez, often Michelle Level's go-to rider here at Keeneland.
I don't mind the 7 furlongs either, Scott. I think she's put on some very big performances at the mile and a 16th, and to me she just seems like a filly that's doing really well right now. She's a filly that's starting to really improve. She comes in fresh since late January, first off the claim for Michelle, and this just seems like a really good spot for her. You and I agree on the top pick.
Honor Rafik is the favorite right now for Green Lantern Stables, off about a month-and-a-half layoff. Last seen at Mahoning Valley. Eddie Keneally, Luis Saez. We talked about this team this morning on Today at Keeneland, part of the Clocker Report, which we'll revisit on the front side. But you've got to respect the drop that this mare's taking here today. And she's run well in 2 starts at Keeneland.
They tried to go out of town last time out to Mahoning Valley to try to get her another allowance win, but she didn't cut it that day. She lost as the beaten favorite, and if she can't win a race like that, Scott, she's not going to be able to win at that level in Kentucky, and that's where, Eddie has his horses for the next several months. So Honor Rafik, this is just a logical drop in class for a filly who has gone against some really good competition before in the past. She'll be tough to beat.
Let's go to the rail horse Do It for William Smith. Eric Foster able to do it last time out to the tune of a 12-length win for a 15,000 claimer. Now that's the concern, is this move up in class when you're winning for maiden 15 at Turfway Park and now running for 50 at Keeneland. That is a significantly more difficult scenario that you're going to find yourself in with a horse.
Yes, it is. But I always say this in these types of races. Sometimes we see horses that have been competing at higher levels that have fallen off form. They can't get through those conditions at higher levels, so they drop in class. Meanwhile, sometimes races like this go into the hands of a horse that is doing very well at lower levels, stepping up in class, and that might be the case for this filly at double-digit odds.
The 3 Lucy's Cakes Fly for Jerry Jamagachian and trainer Eric Reed. Here's a mare by Vancouver that hasn't raced in a few months. She comes off of runs at Turfway Park. She cuts back in distance. She drops in class. A lot of angles, moving parts to her form here today. She's already a Keeneland Horses of Racing Age sale graduate from last year, and she'll be offered at another Keeneland Horses of Racing Age sale that'll be coming up 1 week from today. She is entered in the April sale, hip number 36, consigned by Vinery.
And I actually like the cutback in distance for her. She showed speed from an outside post position last time out at Turfway against tough company, at the allowance level. She takes a drop in class, cuts back. I think she'll be able to kind of find her rhythm, maybe mid-pack today at the 7 furlong distance. And I just think her form really fits against these. The question is, can she take her talents to the dirt? She has never raced on the dirt before in the past. So, that is a concern. Sometimes we see synthetic translate to turf translate to synthetic. Not always the case to dirt.
She's got some pretty gray dapples there to boot. Lucy's Cakes Fly, running today, entered 1 week from today in the Keeneland Horses of Racing Age sale. 15 minutes to post. It's race number 3 here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, claiming race fillies and mares age 3 and up. $50,000 the claiming price. Beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 4, Treasure of War. Number 4 is scratched. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time at 8 minutes.
It's a close look at your favorite, the 8 Honorifique, on her toes and feeling feisty this afternoon. We even saw for a moment that trainer Eddie Keneally was walking her in the paddock, and she definitely feels fresh this afternoon under Luis Saez. This horse has also been working really nicely in the morning and has caught the eye of the Clocker Report as well. Clocker Report has been pretty keyed in to some of these races today. 3-2, not the best price, but hopefully a win is a win, and the 8 Honorifique on the big drop in class seems to be very tough to beat. Let's take a look at the number 3 horse, Lucy's Cakes Fly. This horse is going to be offered in the Keeneland April sale a week from today on Sunday as hip number 36. So definitely download the catalog and pay attention to that. And Lucy's Cakes Fly, she does drop in class for Eric Reed today. She finished a good 4th, though, against Allowance Company last time out. She drops to the $50,000 level. I think this is a significant drop in class. The question is, how can she take her talents to the main track today, as she has never tried the dirt before? She's another one that's feeling pretty feisty. I would say the 8 and the 3, 2 fillies in here that are definitely on their toes. And then one final horse I wanted to mention, the 5 Klimt's Muse for Thomas Humphreys. This is a horse that looked really fit. When you kind of look at some of the other horses in here that are taking action, they're very big in size. They look fit, but she is a little petite thing, and she looks incredibly fit. There's not an ounce of fat on her, and she has a lot of muscle today. You can tell that the winter months at Turfway Park have definitely made her fit and ready to go. A tough race last time out, wide trip. But her races sprinting at Turfway have actually been quite good. We'll see if 7 furlongs can get her up into the mix here and maybe hit the board. But I really liked what I saw from her on the track this afternoon at 6-1. We are 4 minutes out from race 3, your favorite, the 8 Honorifique.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Do It. Do It out running for the lead from the inside. Center stage is there with Honor Refik to the outside. And Keen Lady moves forward now to challenge for the second position as they head up the back stretch. And here's Lucy's Cakes Fly. She will come out of a crowd. It was a four-way shuffle for second. Now she draws alongside of Do It to challenge for the lead. And then Keen Lady is in between horses, 3 lanes off the rail, headed toward the far turn, out in the third position. Center stage, fourth. Honor Refik is fifth. She will be caught wide to the far turn. Command and Control is in sixth position. Klimp's Muse is last, 23.63 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Do It, Lucy's Cakes Fly, and Keen Lady to join them. They stack up from the rail, out separated by 1 length. Then a gap of 3 lengths back to center stage, who's fourth and neck. Honor Refik is fifth upon the outside, followed by Klimp's Muse. Command and Control is now last. Lucy's Cakes Fly again tries to draw alongside of Do It, who still has the lead. Still a gap of 3 more lengths then, back to center stage to the inside. Keen Lady, Honor Refik, who's in the center of the track in fifth, 5 from the front, tries to get going along with Klimp's Muse. Honor Refik is coming forward to the outside to challenge Lucy's Cakes Fly, and now moves forward to put ahead in front. Honor Refik, Lucy's Cakes Fly. Center stage down to the inside is third, 16th to go. Honor Refik. Luis Saez in front by a length and a half. Honor Refik to win it. Center stage was home in second. Klimp's Muse was third, and Lucy's Cakes Fly was fourth.
Honor Refik, the gray daughter of Honor Code for Green Lantern Stable, running to her works. responds with the drop down in class and takes all the candy here in race number 3 at odds of 4 to 5.
She was really strutting her stuff before the race today, and she definitely put on a show this afternoon as the 4 to 5 favorite, dropping in class and getting it done. It's going to be close for second. The 7 down on the inside, not close at all, actually. The 7 center stage getting up for second, and the 5 Klimps Music finishing third.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: number 8, Honorific, was first. 7, Center Stage, was second. 5, Klimps Muse, was third. 3, Lucy's Cakes Fly, was fourth. 8, 7, 5, 3, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 8, Honorific, owned by Green Lantern Stables, LLC, of Richard Masson, trained by Eddie Keneally, the jockey Luis Saez. Honorific, 5-year-old daughter of Honor Code out of Doubled by Exchange Rate, bred in Kentucky by Nancy Shuford. Beard course about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 29.94 seconds. Results of race 3 official, 8-7-5-3, the official results. We direct your attention to the Winner's Circle, where Keeneland President and CEO Shannon Arvin is presenting a check for $25,000 to Legacy Equine Academy founder and CEO Ron Mack and board members. Also joining us today are Legacy Scholarship recipients Bria O'Neill, Dylan Sims, and Hillary Thompson. Legacy Equine Academy allows African American and racially diverse middle and high school students to build life skills while learning horsemanship. LEA's goal is to bridge the historical contributions of African American trailblazers with modern traditions and career opportunities for young people in today's horse industry. We thank Legacy Equine Academy for their vision and commitment to diversify the workforce of the thoroughbred industry. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6 with a carryover of $135,000. This fourth race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Main track is fast, turf is good today. A reminder in race 4, contrary to the program, the 6 Mobster Gun is a gelding. 6 Mobster Gun is a gelding. Race 5, scratch the 7 Helen's Well and scratch 13 Saki. That's race 5, scratch 7, Helen's Well, and scratch 13, Saki. A reminder, number 14, Mint Edition, draws into the race. 6th race, scratch the 9, all in the call. That's the 6th race, scratch 9, all in the call. No changes in race 7. No changes in race 8. 9th and final race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. There is a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 of just over $10,000.
Race number 4 starts today's pick 6 with another nice carryover coming into the Sunday card. And we're taking a look into the paddock right now at the rail horse, the one Background. Background is owned by Giddy Up Stables and Mike Puich, a Kozan gelding who comes into this race off of some difficult races down at Oaklawn Park, which included horses like Superstock and Silver Prospector and Caddo River. I think the drop down today will be a big advantage for this gelding, drawn up alongside the post position of number 1, and hopefully, again, short stretch should help this horse as he sits at 5-2.
Yeah, the perplexing thing last time out was that he did not show any speed coming out of the gate, and I didn't think that he had many excuses for that either. But maybe on the drop-in class, he'll get back to that early speed, because I think that's going to be key to his success at the mile and a 16th. The only other horse in here that could likely press him is towards the outside, the 4 Uninvited Guest, but he was on the lead last time out in a very slow pace. So if Julian Leparoux just asks this horse a little bit out of the gate, I think he can maintain that tactical advantage, go to the lead, take the field gate to wire on the drop.
Mobster Gun on the outside, the 6, 5-2 right now, lukewarm favorite, extremely wide open to wagering race. Looking at these win pools, he's 2 for 2 at Keeneland in the money, 1 win, 1 second. Hasn't raced in 11 months, and if you don't have this program change with Mobster Gun, he has been gelded since his last race over the course of these last 11 months. So Mobster Gun draws to the outside today, looking for 2 wins in a row, separated by nearly a year.
I was considering picking him on top, Scott, because I did think that he could potentially get the right setup. If the 4 Uninvited Guest goes and the 1 Background goes, this horse is going to be sitting in the catbird seat just trying to close from off of the pace, or not even close. I think he could probably sit mid-pack and kick on from there. But the year layoff was a little bit concerning, especially at the 2-turn distance.
Order in law for Jeffrey Lambert, Bob Hess Jr. Bob looking for his second win this meet, did so early on in the meet. Ran into an informed horse, did this 7-year-old in his last few races at Santa Anita. Horse named Bold Endeavor comes to Keeneland for the first time, ships out of the West Coast, and we'll see how he fares. I think has to be respected. I know that those are shorter fields on the West Coast, but still, there are some very fit and fast horses that compete each and every day, whether it be Santa Anita or Del Mar.
Yeah, well, look at the final times and look at the buyers that he has produced throughout his career. Low 90s, high 80s consistently. And if he can run back to that range, Scott, he is going to be the winner of this race. Those are very fast races, even despite, having raced in maybe some smaller fields. The form is there. I like him.
Ollie, my boy, looking for his friends as they drop down in class with this 6-year-old son of Union Rags. He ran into Zozos, 5-star General, and some other quality runners in his most recent effort at the beginning of March down at Fairgrounds. So takes the drop down. It's a drop. It's not a huge drop down in class. But we'll see if that can wake him up here today for Al Stahl.
He just hasn't shown any speed lately, and I think that's going to be problematic at this particular race at a mile and a 16th. At one time, he was very good. He won a good 2 other than allowance. He ran in the Grade 2 New Orleans Classic, but it's been a lot of starts and stops since then. I will say that his last race was tough. He ran against Zozos, 5-star General, who came back to win a stakes race, Mailman Money, who came back to win an allowance race, posting a 94 Beyer speed figure in his next start. That was a very salty allowance race last time out. Maybe the drop in class will wake him up.
Coming up on the start of the pick 6, race number 4, another big 6-figure carryover from yesterday, 14 minutes to get those plays together.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 4th race. Claiming race for 4-year-olds and up for a price of $62,500, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Contrary to the program, number 6 Mobster Gun is a gelding. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6 with that $135,000 carryover. Main track is fast, the turf listed good, post time in 7 minutes.
Coming up on race 4, 6 minutes out, and we'll take a closer look at 2 horses in this race. The 2 order-in-law for trainer Bob Hess Jr. I thought just looks really sharp on the track today. You can see him. He's on his toes. He's just maintaining that focus. He has his neck bowed underneath of him and his ears forward. Just looks extremely professional. He does get a little bit of added distance today. I don't think that should be any bit of an issue considering the first wire finish and the shorter stretch run. The biggest thing is going to be whether or not he can get into a good position, because I do think it's an advantage to be a little bit more forwardly placed at this particular distance on the dirt. And then we'll take a look at one other horse, the 4 Uninvited Guest, a horse that we didn't necessarily talk too much about, but this horse looks cranked up and ready to roll. I was talking about the slow pace that he set last time out, and I didn't really know that he could maybe keep up with the likes of the one background from a pace standpoint, but just judging by his behavior, his mannerisms this afternoon, and the warm-up that he's getting by jockey James Graham, I truly think he's going to hit the ground running and maybe be a pace factor in this upcoming 4th race. Competitive field coming up, and you can see that reflected on the tote board, the 2 order-in-law. Your lukewarm favorite at 5-2.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, start of the Pick 6.
got it now. They got it now.
First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. Order and Law with Background. Order and Law joined by Bear Oak to the far outside. That's the battle for the early lead. Uninvited Guest is away running in the fourth position. Mobster Gun is in fifth. Ollie, my boy, settles against the rail quickly at the back, just over 5 lengths off the early lead as they swing around the first turn, and Background has the lead. Background to the inside leads at 3/4 of a length. And once again, Order and Law starts to draw alongside from second. Bear Oak stacks up third to their far outside. Uninvited Guest between horses is in fourth. Mobster Gun to the outside, and Ollie, my boy, down toward the inside, moves up one position from last, 3.5 lengths off the lead. The opening quarter, 25.06 seconds. Background is the leader by a neck. Order and Law go second by 1.5 lengths. Bear Oak far outside is third. Ollie, my boy, moves up the inside. He's fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. Uninvited Guest is right alongside of that one. And Mobster Gun last, but right there with the rest. 50.2 seconds, the time for the first half mile. On to the far turn. Background, Order and Law. They go at it for the lead, separated by a neck. Another 1.5 lengths. Bear Oak is third up toward the outside. Ollie, my boy, still fourth against the rail. 3 from the front. They're coming toward the quarter pole. Mobster Gun is outward from the rail, next to last. 5 from the front. Uninvited Guest is last. They come for the top of the short stretch. Background to the inside. Order and Law to the outside. Ollie, my boy, is still third. Bear Oak is still fourth. They turn for home. Order and Law right alongside of Background. Ollie, my boy, and Bear Oak in fourth. Order and Law, narrow lead. Background to the inside. Ollie, my boy, and Bear Oak running on from the outside. Ollie, my boy, to win it for Corey Lannery.
A 6-1 winner here to start the pick six with that big carryover. And Gabby, the pace wasn't fast, but there was really never much separation. They all stayed pretty close to one another, and it just basically turned into a 1/8 of a mile sprint to the finish, and Ali My Boy was the fastest in that last 1/8 of a mile.
He was. It looked like the 3 Ali My Boy and the 5 Bear Oak, these were the 2 that were picking up the most momentum in the late stages of the race, but Ali My Boy getting the jump on Bear Oak and really finishing strongly here in the latter half of the stretch under Corey Lannery for trainer Al Stahl. Ali My Boy, winner of the 4th race at 6-1.
Photo for place. Sold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race: 3, Ali My Boy was first. 5, Bear Oak was second. 1, Background third. And 2, Order and Law fourth. 3-5-1-2 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race, the unofficial winner, number 3, Ali My Boy, owned by JMJ Racing Stables, LLC, of Dennis Narlinger, trained by Al Stahl Jr., the jockey Corey Lannery. Ali My Boy, a 6-year-old son of Union Rags out of Charming Thunder by Thunder Gulch, bred in Ontario by James and Janine Everett and Erica Everett Muse. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track today, 1 minute 46.54 seconds. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. In conjunction with Kids Club Family Day, presented by Kentucky Children's Hospital, we celebrate the success of the 2023 Dance Blue event that raised $1,650,857 to benefit children in the Kentucky Children's Hospital Hematology Oncology Clinic. Today, we are joined by Dance Blue Clinic patient Mallory Grieman and doctors Dr. Vlad Radulescu, Dr. Amanda Harrington, and Dr. Tom Badgett. Thank you to the doctors and staff of Kentucky Children's Hospital for their tireless commitment to providing the best care for children. Results of Keeneland's fourth race official. 3-5-1-2, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. The turf is listed good today. Temporary rail is down today. Race 5, double, pick 3, late pick 5, and also the start of the Keeneland turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. In race 5, scratch the 7, Helen's Well, and scratch 13, Saki. Again, scratch the 7, Helen's Well, and scratch 13, Saki. A reminder, number 14, Mint Edition, draws into the race. Sixth race, scratch the 9, all in the call. Sixth race, scratch the 9, all in the call. No changes in race 7, no changes in race 8. Ninth and final race, a reminder, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race.
Before we get to race number 5, which comes up in less than 16 minutes, for those that played the pick 6, we thank you. Over $1.2 million in the pool today. Once again, it has just been one heck of a run, especially with the pick 6s over the last week or so. And even in the pick 5s, we had over $1 million pick 5 pool yesterday. We'll see if we can get somewhere near that here, beginning with race number 5, which starts the late pick 5, 50-cent minimum wager. Also begins the $3 Keeneland All-Turf pick 3, races 5, 7, and 9, the sequence for the $3 Keeneland Turf pick 3. I've got the 10 on top here in this difficult event. Tequilera, the filly by Vancouver for John Barrett and Michael Matz. She comes into this race with some speed off of those races between Laurel and Pimlico, and right now it's 6-1. Figured she'd be around this price here this afternoon, but I think that she's as good as they come in this group, especially going the mile. She's got mile speed, which I always try to gravitate towards. Horses are going to have that forward position, can be fast, and keep on going for those extra furlongs versus the sprint distances.
It's true. That is a very important quality to have in these mile races, Scott. She ran well last time out. She was narrowly defeated at Gulfstream Park, and I thought that race was one of her tougher races over the course of the past several months. So she did prove that she could, run a big race, leaving the likes of Colonial, Pimlico, and Laurel. The only reason why I didn't pick her on top is her follow-through. She keeps on finishing second and third and second and third, and I just worry about that a little bit as a win prospect.
Fast and Flirty, the one horse. She's right now 4-1 on the tote board. She's the second choice in the win wagering. Into Mischief Philly, blinkers on. She gets back to a route of ground for the first time since the end of January at Gulfstream.
She is a filly by Into Mischief out of a Not for Love mare. To me, that definitely suggests the turf, but she has spent a majority of her career on the dirt. 2 starts back in her 8th career start. She finally took to the turf for the first time, and I thought she ran a brilliant race. She closed from off of it. She had a split horses, and she only lost by a neck that day. This seems to be a good race for her. I think she can get a good position from the rail with Tyler, and she gets the blinkers on today, too, for Brendan Walsh and Tyler, who have had a very strong meet thus far.
The 12 Lakota Spirit, the very slight favorites right now in this wide open event, 7-2 on the Keeneland grad, daughter of Curlin out of the Streets Sense, stakes winning First Stam Millum, owned by Peter Brandt, bought her out of the 2020 Keeneland September sale. She'll be offered at the Keeneland April sale 1 week from today. So one of the many highlights of that upcoming Keeneland April sale. We'll see how she fares here today off the 10-month layoff before being prepped for the sale next Sunday, which gets underway at 4 o'clock Eastern time down in the Keeneland Sales Pavilion. But she broke her maiden in her first try on turf and then tried Stakes Company in her next one in the Wild Applause, where she was part of that very quick early pace.
Yeah, if you're interested in purchasing her, I mean, she's a filly that clearly is capable on the dirt and she's capable on the turf, so you definitely have options. And we know with Curlin fillies, they tend to get better with age. But as a win prospect, as a win bet in this race, Scott, I think you got to go elsewhere, especially at that price. I think people are looking at Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr. You're not going to get much value on those connections, but she was 4th in a 4-horse field in the Wild Applause, which was last June. I just think she has a lot to overcome today.
Pioneer's Edge, she's a 4-year-old filly now. Pioneer the Nile filly, who's making her 4-year-old debut. She ran in some salty races up at Woodbine. This will be her first try on the turf. She was graded stakes tested last year, and multiple state-bred stakes races is what she competed against the likes of the Canadian Horse of the Year, Moira, more than a few times.
Moira, super hoity-toity. You just look in the running lines, and these are horses that are really, really nice in Canada. The question is the turf. Can she take her talents from the synthetic to the turf course today? I don't think she's going to have any issue with that. She's a filly by Pioneer of the Nile. She's out of a Tappet mare and Leading Edge. She has a really nice pedigree, and she should be able to sit mid-pack. I'm really encouraged to see the likes of Flavien Prat picking up this mount, too.
Race number 5 begins the late pick 5. As we mentioned, also the start of the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Races 5, 7, and 9 for the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Best of luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Denali, an allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up. 1 mile over the turf listed good. Temporary rail is down today. Scratch the 7, Helen's Well. Also scratch 13, Saki. A reminder, number 14, Mint Edition, draws into the race. Double, pick 3, late pick 5, and also start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Front side for race number 5 here at Keeneland. We're looking at the 2-horse For the Flag for Joseph Allen, a homebred, a filly by Uncle Mo for Joseph Allen out of a Warfront First Dam. She just broke her maiden in speedy fashion. In fact, she's found some speed in her last few.
She has. I just thought she looked really good on the track today for trainer Jimmy Toner, who's had a very good year with limited starts so far in 2023. Went gate to wire last time out going the mile on the turf at Gulfstream Park. Clearly, she found a new dimension finding the lead. I don't necessarily think she needs the lead. She is just a filly that came back in a big way off of a very long layoff, and she looks like she's held her condition. Second start off of the layoff. I just think she's a very attractive filly.
Breaker of Chains, the 8-horse for George Weaver, Fergus Galvin, are a Hill Stable black-type thoroughbreds. I spoke to Jake Ballas of black-type thoroughbreds, said that they're hoping that there's more speed in this race than what she's seen in her previous shorter distance races following that mile and 3/8 experiment in her most recent race. And there could be, and if that's the case, she could be one trying to take advantage of a setup out in front of her with what we've seen from her in her mile races.
She is one that can produce a turn of foot if there is an honest pace in front of her, but she looks sharp today. She looks ready to go. One of the fillies in the post grade that kind of stood out to me today.
And then finally, Lakota Spirit, a reminder that this filly by Curlin, well-bred filly by Curlin, will be offered at the upcoming Keeneland April sale 1 week from today. In fact, almost exactly 1 week from today, as that sale will get underway at 4 o'clock Eastern Time. She will be offered as hip number 33. This is the number 12 horse, Lakota Spirit.
horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Denali. Start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. They are at the post. And they're off. For the flag, for the early lead, Teculera there toward the outside, and Fast and Flirty back toward the inside, followed by Lilac Girl, who's up close, along with Do You Love Me, who moves forward from in between horses, headed down to the first turn. For the flag, gets over to the rail and has the lead. Do You Love Me goes second, Fast and Flirty is third, French Cuffs between horses in fourth, Lilac Girl far outside is in fifth around the first turn. Present Moment sixth back toward the inside. Teculera, center of the course, is in seventh. Breaker of Chains between horses is eighth. Lakota Spirit toward the rail is in ninth. Pioneer's Edge is in 10th. Kiera Moss 11th. Mint Edition moves up one spot from last as they head up the backstretch. 24.42 seconds the time for the opening quarter. For the flag, leads it by 3/4 of a length. Do You Love Me is second by the same margin. And then comes Fast and Flirty toward the inside. The first half mile, 49.38 seconds. Present Moment fourth down toward the rail and is followed by French Cuffs, who's fifth up toward the outside, moving into fourth. Teculera going to swing wide way out toward the center of the course to try to clear some traffic around the far turn. 3 lengths off the lead. Pioneer's Edge is trying to move up behind her. Teculera, Pioneer's Edge, though both are still 5 from the front, they turn for home. For the flag, short lead. Fast and Flirty is second. Teculera, Pioneer's Edge, Lilac Girl is there, and Lakota Spirit is down toward the inside, but still sixth. For the flag, the leader a length and a half. Teculera, Lilac Girl running from the outside, trying to catch For the Flag. Lilac Girl is there. For the Flag has the lead. For the Flag wins it. Lilac Girl second, Teculera third, Fast and Flirty fourth.
That is 2 wins in a row for the Uncle Mo filly for Joseph Allen. For the flag, Jimmy Toner bringing this one in from Gulfstream Park. Local work ready to roll here today and kept on going with the pressure coming to her late.
Jorge Ruiz was aboard for the victory last time out, aboard for the victory once again today. 2 for 2 in 2023. An impressive winner of this allowance race on the turf this afternoon at Keeneland. 2, 6, 10, 1 across the finish.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race: number 2, For the Flag, was first. 6, Lilac Girl, was second. 10, Teculera, was third. 1, Fast and Flirty, fourth. 2, 6, 10, 1, unofficial. Results of race 5, official. 2, 6, 10, 1, the official results. Into the winner's circle, official winner of Keeneland's fifth race, the Denali, number 2, For the Flag. Owned and bred in Kentucky by Joseph Allen, LLC of Joseph Allen, trained by Jimmy Toner. Jorge Ruiz, the winning jockey. For the Flag, a 4-year-old filly by Uncle Mo out of Battle Flag by Warfront. 1 mile over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 37.04 seconds. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. In the winner's circle, the Trophy presentation for the Denali, number 2, For the Flag. Owned and bred in Kentucky by Joseph Allen, LLC of Joseph Allen, trained by Jimmy Toner. Jorge Ruiz, the winning jockey. For the Flag, a 4-year-old filly by Uncle Mo out of Battle Flag by Warfront. 1 mile over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 37.04 seconds. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Denali to the connections of For the Flag. Today, Keeneland welcomes the Ed Brown Society to the winner's circle for the inaugural Ed Brown Race Day at Keeneland. In this first year of Keeneland's partnership with the Ed Brown Society, the partners are happy to announce the first cohort of Keeneland placements through the Ed Brown Scholars and Fellows program. Joining us are Chairman Greg Harbett, President Ray Daniels, Director Darrell Love, KHRC Commissioner Dr. Tiffany Daniels, and members of the Ed Brown Society Board, along with Ed Brown Scholars Jordan Elder, Jada Alley, Timothy Campbell, and Harrison Good. Ed Brown Society celebrates the rich history of African Americans in the thoroughbred industry and creates opportunities for young people of color to gain exposure, training, and experience through scholarships, fellowships, and internships that will qualify them to successfully embark upon professional careers in racing. We thank the Ed Brown Society and their members for their vision and commitment to equality in the thoroughbred industry. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast, the turf listed good. In this sixth race, scratch the 9, all in the call. Scratch the 9, all in the call. No changes in race 7, no changes in race 8. Looking ahead to the 9th and final race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16 did not draw into the race.
Race number 6 will start the final pick 4 opportunity of this race week. Late pick 4 on the Sunday card. We're looking at the number 1 horse here in race number 6. That is Jubilant Joni for John Ortiz and the Millard R. Selden Revocable Trust. Ray Gutierrez with the ride, a filly by Unified, who hopefully can be aggressively ridden from the inside draw. That's normally Ray Gutierrez's trademark approach to horses like this, or just in general. He likes to send his horses and be forward, and at odds of 4-1, I think that she's a player in an extremely wide open race. If you're playing the late pick 4, I think coverage needs to be the theme in this race, and the tote board tells you that, Gabby. I mean, you're looking at a 5-2 favorite and just 3 horses that are double-digit prices right now as it stands.
It is a very tough race. I think it's because you just don't have a lot of solid ground to stand on with any individual in this race, just because of the lack of consistency. But my approach to this race was to go in the direction of horses that would be forwardly placed, Jubilant Joni being one of them. She'll break from the rail, she'll be forwardly placed, but it'll only be a matter of time before the 5 Tashima keeps her honest on the front end.
And that's the number 5 horse for Jonathan Wong. He had a winner yesterday, first off the claim. He goes to Yoel Navas, who is a 10-pound apprentice. So a young apprentice rider getting that 10-pound weight break because of the fact that he's in the early days of his riding career. So that's an advantage in leaning on the inexperience of these riders. So you get in light, hoping that swings things for you, and we'll see if that works out for this filly as she'll drop in for the $30,000 tag off of a second-place finish up at Mahoning Valley in Ohio.
From a numbers standpoint, she did run her best race last time out, and it was a significantly faster race from a numbers perspective, finishing second against that maiden special weight field. She set the pace in a slowly run race, but with the blinkers going on, with the 10-pound apprentice, cutting back to the sprint distance, Scott, I do think she's going to be on the lead, whether she's on the lead by herself or whether she's pressing the one Jubilant Joni. I do not know, but that is the position that I think she'll find herself in today.
Little Dixie is the 3 for William Sparks. Ron Marquette, filly by Union Rags. She had 2 runs down at Oaklawn Park. She just couldn't keep up. There's just no other way of putting it out there as far as analyzing those races. She was outrun from start to finish in both of those races, so she drops in for 30 today, finding an easier spot. There's no question this is an easier group that she faces off against versus those runs down in Arkansas, and getting Tyler Gaffleone has to be viewed as a big positive here for her Keeneland debut.
She hasn't shown any speed in either of those 2 races, but Scott, it can make a world of difference just getting a little bit of a class relief, and she does get that, so it's really hard to know where she'll find herself this afternoon.
Don't ignore the 8-strong profile. Andrew McKeever, the trainer of this filly, is 15% with first-time starters. That's from a 34-race sample size, and Jimmy Graham takes the call. Solid workouts coming in for the level, especially the gate work on the 5th of April, working 47-3 the half-mile drill, 2 works back for this first-time starter.
Sometimes in a complicated race like this, where there are horses who have had previous starts, you want to go in the direction of a new face, and that would be the case with the 8-strong profile.
She is 10-1 on the board right now. We are just getting set for the Riders Up call for race number 6, which once again will start the late pick 4 today at Keeneland.
horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race. Maiden claiming race, fillies and mares age 3 and up, a price of $30,000, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 9, all in the call. Number 9 is scratched. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast, turf is good, post time in 7 minutes.
Well, Jubilant Joni's showing some spunk as she came out onto the race course with Ray Gutierrez. This is the number 1 filly for John Ortiz, who we expect to maybe be pushed a little bit from the inside. She's got energy that suggests that could be the case with her. 5-1 on the board right now as this race continues to be very wide open. Pick 4 pool just shy of $200,000. So we'll be talking about a $300,000 plus pick 4 pool once the money comes in and these horses are loaded into the starting gate. So another strong multi-race exotic pool here this spring meet at Keeneland. Let's go to the 3-horse Little Dixie. That is a runner that we'll see, or 4-horse, excuse me. That is Patty Gal. There's the number 4 horse, the daughter of Hardspun for Ian Wilkes. In the Taffel Silks, bringing back memories of that great Kentucky Derby winner and Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner Street Sense, who carried those same silks. Ian Wilkes, such a big part of that team. But a solid-looking filly out there by Hardspun, getting Lasix for the first time. She's dropping down in class. 8-1 on the board, and one of many in here that just simply has to be considered. And same with the 10, Melano, another one for Ian Wilkes. He gets Julian Leperoux in the saddle of this filly, daughter of Into Mischief. Blinkers go on. Big, long filly. 7 furlongs shouldn't be an issue. She'll probably try to run on late. Looks like maybe trying to sharpen her up with blinkers, but based on her look, she might be one to try to close here today over this course, and don't ignore her to the outside of the field, also taking a big drop down in class. It is a challenging puzzle, race number 6 here at Keeneland. There's a look at the favorite, the number 5 horse, Tashima, for Jonathan Wong, as he seeks his 3rd win this meet and a win on back-to-back cards here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, start of the late pick 4.
Nothing stands out anyway. I was bird. Maybe that's what you were saying. Bird. Up there. Knock those other horses out of here, guys. Move that gate. You all right, bud? Yeah. I don't know if we're going to be able to move. Over this way, I don't know. You can without her flopping around too much. Put it right here. Put a rope around her leg and try to pull it. Yeah. Here, hey, put this snap around her. Hold on. All right, bud. Just be careful. Watch it.
Jubilant Joni fractious in the gate. Field has backed out of the starting gate. Now gathers back at the chute. Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's 6th race. Scratch number 1, Jubilant Joni. Late scratch in Keeneland's 6th race. Scratch number 1, Jubilant Joni. Jockeys climbing back aboard for race 6. Moving into line. They are at the post. And they're off. Tashima, midnight favorite, both have early speed. Melanoy joins them from the far outside. Melanoy moves forward, has the advantage now. Tashima goes second, down toward the inside, and gets over next to the rail. Midnight favorite is in third. Save Your Tears is fourth. Little Dixie alongside of that one is fifth. Patty Gal is in sixth. Strong Profile is seventh up on the far outside. And Spicy Hot, last of the eight, 22.69 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Melanoy outward from the rail, headed to the far turn, leads it by a half length. Tashima second against the rail, second by 2.5 lengths. Little Dixie third by just ahead. Save Your Tears moves up toward her inside, now takes third by a neck around the turn. Midnight favorite joins them, but caught 3 wide and fifth around the far turn, 5 lengths from the front, then a gap of 6 more lengths back to Patty Gal. Spicy Hot is next to last, and Strong Profile is the trailer. Tashima opens up here, wrestles the lead away from Melanoy, and by the quarter pole is now 4 lengths in front. Save Your Tears goes to third to the outside. Little Dixie is in the fourth position. Tashima has the lead by 3.5 lengths coming to the eighth pole. Save Your Tears is trying to chase her down. Little Dixie third, and then Patty Gal to the far outside. It is Tashima, Save Your Tears, Little Dixie coming on. Save Your Tears, Little Dixie, 16th pole, drawing alongside of Tashima, and now Little Dixie runs on by for the lead. Little Dixie, Tyler Gaffalione getting up to win it. Save Your Tears was second, and then Tashima was home third. Patty Gal was fourth.
Well, the favorite had the lead, but she had horses coming to her, and she started to get tired out on the front end. That is Tashima for Jonathan Wong, about a 3-length lead, as you heard from Kurt Becker. But here comes the 2, and then here comes the 3-horse Little Dixie over the top for the score on the drop down in class.
Yeah, Tashima definitely did the dirty work on the front end today and just tired late, setting up perfectly for these 2 closers. Little Dixie with the most momentum coming down the stretch with Tyler Gaffalione. 3-2-5 unofficially for the 6th.
The unofficial results of race 6. Number 3, Little Dixie first. Number 2, Save Your Tears second. The 5, Tashima third. Number 4, Patty Gal fourth. 3-2-5-4 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 6th race official, 3-2-5-4, the official results. In the winner's circle, the official winner of race 6, number 3, Little Dixie. Owned by William S. Sparks, trained by Ron Moquette. Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Little Dixie, 3-year-old filly by Union Rags out of Sanaya by Smart Strike. Winner bred in Kentucky by Shadwell Farm, LLC. 7 furlongs, 1 minute 27.86 seconds. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, the featured 7th event. Turf is listed good. Temporary rail is down today. This will start the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Double wagering also featured here. No changes in race 7. Looking ahead, no changes in the 8th race. 9th and final event, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, just over $10,000. In that 9th race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16 did not draw into the race.
Race number 3, second level allowance race, our featured event on the afternoon. $120,000 purse. Starts the late pick 3, 1-5 on the number 6 horse, Limited Liability. Expected this one to be the favorite, but this not this short of a price. I'm going with Buy Me Candy on the rail. That is the son of Candy Ride for Nacho Correas, the 4th. Big, long, well-groomed tail is what I'm seeing when I look at him. One of the first things that stands out on this chestnut 6-year-old. And he comes out of some good races at Turfway Park. He was recently second behind Tiberius Mercurius, who was third just 3 days back in a third-level allowance race right here at Keeneland. So I'll take a swing with Buy Me Candy at 11-1.
Yeah, ombre tail, as the kids call it.
There we go.
Scott, it's a beautiful, beautiful tail. I go in that direction too, not because of the tail, but because of the past performances. This horse finished second. You mentioned to Tiberius Mercurius last time out, finished third in that turf allowance race. Verstappen, who won the turf allowance race yesterday. Won the Elkhorn yesterday. I just think that there is a lot of class to this horse. I know he's only 1 for 17 on the turf, but he just seems to be in the form of his life. So I think he can kind of ride that momentum back to the turf today.
Let's go over to the number 7 horse next. That is Bakwana. Bakwana is a horse that is currently sitting at odds of 10-1 on the board for Darren Miller and Silverton Hill. He was part of that race, that Buy Me Candy race and Tiberius Mercurius race at Turfway Park. Gets back onto turf. Should be trying to close late here with Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle. We'll see if T-Gaff can go back-to-back on the card with price horses.
Yeah, he's been pretty consistent in the past couple of starts, and last time out again faced that good field behind Buy Me Candy, but he looked like he was running on late at the 1.25 miles. He closed really well to win an allowance race, first level allowance race at Turfway 2 starts back. I guess you have to question with him too, is he a horse that's just getting better at the right time, or is he a horse that really thrived and flourished on the synthetic at Turfway over the winter?
Limited Liability, there's no doubt that he's been well tested since his last victory. Pennine Ridge, Belmont Derby, the Virginia Derby, as well as the Hill Prince, and run against some quality horses like Nation's Pride, and I think Emmanuel would be the 2 standouts from those that he ran against. I just worry about races like his last one. I mean, he was close to 5-1. He finished 8th in that field, which featured some solid horses, don't get me wrong, but I don't think any world beaters. So Irad gets the opportunity. I just think that this horse is just being overplayed based on where he's coming from versus what he's done, and it feels sort of similar to the discussion we had yesterday with Misan Sen.
Yeah, I think people look to the back form or their most recent efforts, and they look at grade 1 company, grade 3 company, grade 2 company, and they ultimately think, okay, this horse has got to be the best in this field because all these other horses have just been facing allowance company. But that's not necessarily true. 3-year-old turf horses can go against 3-year-old turf horses in those stakes races, and sometimes those races can come up a little bit easier than older horses in those allowance races. So he ran on well. I'm not so much concerned with the class, Scott, because the class is there. It's just his lack of pace. He doesn't have any early speed, and this race is devoid of speed. There just doesn't seem to be any clear-cut pace setter, and I just don't think that fast-paced or an honest pace is going to materialize in front of him.
Yeah, that's why I go to the 2 as my third choice in the top 3 selections in Courage. He could be a pace factor. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if David Cohen opts to try to kick on and go from post position number 2. We saw a gate-to-wire performance from post 2 in our most recent turf race back in race number 5, that mile distance, which was taken by the favorite, the number 2 horse for the flag. So that's my hope with him, and that was the reason, the motivation to throw him in the top 3 is that thinking that he could change things up, be a pace factor in this race, and potentially set the pace.
I hate to say this common saying, but I really do think it's a jockey's race. It's a rider's race to see who wants to make the lead, because there are several horses that might be taken out of their preferred running style that could make the lead, but I'm still struggling to find the pace setter in here.
It's race number 7, our featured race, 12 minutes to post here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured 7th race, the Red Bud Allowance for 4-year-olds and up. Mile and an eighth over the turf listed good. Temporary rail is down today. Double pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. No changes in race 7. Post time at 6 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Red Bud. They are at the post. And they're off. There is Encourage down toward the inside, and Highest Distinction from between horses. Bequina moves up from the center of the course. Highest Distinction has the early lead, though, and Highest Distinction gets over next to the rail. Has the advantage, but only by a neck, and will have company on the front end. Alex June going to move up between horses and Bequina there to the far outside as they head down into the first turn. Encourage backs away, gets down next to the rail into the 4th position. And then Limited Liability outward from the rail in 5th. Buy Me Candy moves up a spot from 6th, saving ground around the turn. Then a break of 6 more lengths back to an unhurried Ready for the Lady. Opening quarter went in 24.58 seconds. On to the backstretch they go. Highest Distinction is the leader and leads it by just a half length. Bequina, second to the far outside, 3/4 of a length. Encourage goes third, 3/4 of a length. Alex June, 4th up on the outside. Buy Me Candy is in 5th position. Limited Liability is 6th, nearly 5 from the front. Gap of just over 2 more. Ready for the Lady last, 49.1 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Highest Distinction still leading Bequina, 3/4 of a length over to the far turn. Encourage is third against the rail, a half length. Alex June, 4th on the outside of that one. Buy Me Candy, Limited Liability, Ready for the Lady is still the trailer. Midway on the final turn, Highest Distinction continues to lead. Bequina, second on the outside. Encourage looks for running room to the inside. Alex June, Buy Me Candy, and behind horses. Limited Liability swings out wide to the center of the course. Still 3 from the front. Alex June is coming forward with Limited Liability. Buy Me Candy needs running room. Bequina is still there. Encourage dives to the inside. Bequina has the lead. Buy Me Candy needs room. Limited Liability runs on from the outside. Alex June in between horses. Down to the wire. It'll be close. And it is Limited Liability getting there in the closing strides for Irad Ortiz Jr.
Well, it took her some time to get there, but the gray filly on the outside, gray gelding rather, Bequina, able to pick up the pieces and pull off this victory at odds of even money. The horse was 1-5 at points in the wagering, so you're at least doubling your money here. And there was a lot of trouble for a few horses down on the inside of this race as well. This will be one to watch back more than a few times.
Yeah, the 7 looked like he got the jump on the field, but then just started to idle coming down the stretch. The 6 Limited Liability taking a while to get going, but once he did and that field just came together, in the end he gets up for the unofficial victory. Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard for trainer Shug McGahee.
Inquiry and objection signs posted. Hold all tickets. More information in a moment. There is a steward's inquiry into the stretch run of today's 7th race, and there is a claim of foul that has been lodged by the rider of number 2 Encourage against the unofficial 4th place finisher number 1 Buy Me Candy, alleging interference in the stretch. The steward's inquiry focuses on that same situation. Right now, the split screen program feed to the left and the head-on view to the right. Both the inquiry and the objection concern the same situation. And again, the claim of foul, the rider of the 2 Encourage lodging a claim of foul against the unofficial 4th place finisher, number 1 Buy Me Candy. Hold all tickets. Neither the inquiry nor the objection concern the top 3 in the unofficial result at this time. And the winner's circle is number 6, Limited Liability, owned and bred in Kentucky by Stuart S. Jandy III. Shug McGahee, the trainer, 2 wins for Irad Ortiz Jr. today. Limited Liability, 4-year-old son of Kitten's Joy out of Hold Harmless by Blame, 149.56. Inquiry and objection still pending concerning the unofficial 4th place finisher. Hold all tickets. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Red Bud. There has been a disqualification for interference in the stretch. The stewards have disqualified number 1, Buy Me Candy, who originally finished 4th. The interference was committed against the 2, Encourage, who finished in the 6th position. As a result, the 1, Buy Me Candy, finished 4th, is disqualified and placed 6th. Number 4, Highest Distinction, who originally finished 5th, is therefore placed 4th. The new numbers, 6, 7, 3, 4. Again, the new numbers 6, 7, 3, 4, and those results are official for Keeneland's 7th race. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. The main track is fast, the turf listed good. No changes in race 8. In the 9th race, carryover of just over $10,000 for the Toyota Super High 5. In that 9th race, take out the also eligibles. 13 through 16 did not draw into the race.
Race 8 starts today's late daily double on this Sunday card. 7-5 on Scotland, the number 5 horse, the LNJ Foxwoods homebred, the son of Good Magic from that extremely productive stakes-winning first dam, Gemswick's Park, who has 5 winners from 5 starters to date, including this son of Good Magic, who was very impressive on debut, was not quick away from the starting gate, which I think is why there's a bit of pause as far as the action on this horse to make him only 7-5, because that race turned out to be very, very productive. And I'd say the pause would be the worry that this horse will get himself caught too far back behind horses if he runs to that debut effort. But that race that he won on debut on the 4th of March, 3 horses would come out of that race and win their next start. So an extremely live race in which Scotland won, and he's facing off against a quality group here, which includes the number 2 horse, King's Glory, who should be forward in this race. He's got experience. He's a horse that's shown us good speed early on in his races. So that would be a horse to obviously take a look at. And he ran in some very quickly run races down at Fairgrounds and at Saratoga during his 2-year-old season. And clearly he's gotten better at the age of 3 coming into this race, as we see him there for Cortland Farms and trainer Steve Asmussen. Very good race coming up. Race number 8, much more as far as commentary and thoughts on this one once this group gets front side.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Sienna, an allowance for 3-year-olds at 7 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes in race 8. This starts the last of the day's rolling doubles, post time in 8 minutes.
There's a look at the Ammerman Racing Stable Silks being carried by Tumbarumba. Luis Saez riding for Brian Lynch. This is a son of Oscar Performance from that first crop that had such a good start last year as far as for the stallion himself, that Grade 1 winner. Now, he himself, Oscar Performance, a phenomenal turf runner, multiple Grade 1 winner, big win up at Woodbine in the Woodbine Mile. And his progeny, they've excelled on turf. Well, this guy has been better on dirt. So sometimes it's not as simple as looking at what mom and dad do and thinking that the sons and daughters are going to do the exact same things. At times, they just are built different and excel in different areas, as this horse, I think, might be the case with. He's the son of that Oscar Performance that we mentioned, out of a Street Sense first stamp, so maybe a little bit more of the Street Sense coming out for him, because his sprint races were very good at Churchill Downs and Fairgrounds. So look at him as a contender at odds of 5-1 with Saez in the saddle. And then the number 4 horse, 10-1 on B Minor, a Mendelssohn colt. I'm not sure what to make of him. He's a horse that broke his maiden at Churchill going a 1-turn mile. Then he had a couple of more turf starts. His last 2 were against some difficult runners. At Oaklawn Park, he was beaten by his stablemate Mendelssohn's March, and Silver Heist and El Tomate were part of that group. They then brought him back, and he ran into Echo again, a nice 3-year-old out of the Asmussen barn, who at one point in time was on the Derby Trail. Echo again was an impressive winner that day with El Tomate, and ended up finishing second. But he just had run even races in those last 2 efforts. They cut him back in distance. It's tough to think that he's going to show all that much speed, so Brian Hernandez might be laying back trying to make a run at him here with this son of Mendelssohn. But this is a crucial race, I think, for the progression of B Minor and what they will be doing with him moving forward here during this 3-year-old season. But now 3-5, we're seeing that play come in on Scotland as we expected. The odds-on favorite carrying the blue and gold of LNJ Foxwoods.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Sienna. They are at the post. Ready for a start. And they're off. Here's Scotland from the outside, King's Glory from the inside, and Tumba Rumba in between that pair as they head up the backstretch. King's Glory down toward the rail has the lead now by just a neck. Tumba Rumba between horses, Scotland a close-up third to the far outside. And then comes Spurs Up, who travels in fourth against the rail in a gap of just over 2 more lengths. B Minor, last of the 5 as they continue their journey up the backstretch. King's Glory shows the way. King's Glory leads it by just a length. Tumba Rumba is second. Spurs Up against the rail, moves up a closer third, just a length and a half off the lead. Scotland far outside in fourth, 2 from the front. And then B Minor at the back. 22.26 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. And King's Glory still the leader. King's Glory leads it by 3/4 of a length. Tumba Rumba is second, 3/4 of a length. Scotland far outside, wide around the far turn, still third. And then a gap of 5 more lengths back to B Minor, who moves up 1 spot from last around the outside of Spurs Up. They turn for home. King's Glory, Tumba Rumba, Scotland to the far outside, and B Minor fourth back toward the inside, 3 lengths from the lead. Here's Scotland now, moving forward in the center of the racetrack, right alongside of Tumba Rumba. Scotland, Tumba Rumba, B Minor is third toward the inside. They're moving by the 16th pole. It is Scotland with a head in front. Tumba Rumba is fighting on. Tumba Rumba and Scotland heads bobbing on the wire. Photo for the win. Either Tumba Rumba or Scotland for the top spot. Behind that pair, B Minor was third and King's Glory was fourth.
What a finish between these two runners. Scotland on the outside and the gold cap just to his inside is the 3-horse Tumba Rumba. As they lock horns in the final 16th of a mile, it's going to come down to a head bob. The 5's in front by about a head at this point in time, but Tumba Rumba, the 3, battling back gamely on the inside.
The 3 Tumba Rumba was absolutely beat in the middle of the stretch, Scott. I don't know how this horse comes back. I'm not saying that he wins. We're going to let the photo decide this win, but he did come back to make it a heck of a horse race, and it's going to come down to the head bob.
Now let's take a look at this next bit of video that will be one of the more revealing pieces of video that we have for you. Inside to the 3, the 5 on the outside, the 3 getting the better of the bob there from that look. Ultra tight. What a horse race in race 8.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. In the photo for the win, number 3, Tumba Rumba, was first. The 5, Scotland, was second. Number 4, B Minor, was third. And the 2, King's Glory, fourth. 3-5-4-2, unofficial. In the winner's circle, unofficial winner of Keeneland's 8th race, the Sienna. Number 3, Tumba Rumba, owned by Ammerman Racing Stables, LLC, of Mr. and Mrs. John Ammerman, trained by Brian Lynch. 2 wins today for jockey Luis Saez. Tumba Rumba, 3-year-old gelded son of Oscar Performance out of Naive Enough by Street Sense. Bred in Louisiana by Coteau Grove Farms, LLC. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 23.37 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Sienna Trophy presentation to the connections of Tumba Rumba. Results of race 8, official. 3-5-4-2, the official results. Keeneland's 9th and final race upcoming. Carryover of just over $10,000 for the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Turf listed good.
Ninth and final here at Keeneland Racecourse. Maiden 3-year-old fillies. They'll be running a mile on the turf course, and yet another chance at a significant pick six carryover. If the 1, 5, 7, 8, or 10 win the ninth and final, the pick six will carry into Wednesday. Now, as far as the shortest price payoff for those that are covered in the pick six, it's the 2 that's the favorite. Now, oftentimes as handicappers and horse players, you look at will pays to try to figure out a particular race that's coming up ahead. And as it stands right now, the 2 is 4-1 versus the 12 at 7-2. And there's a big difference in the payoff in the pick six there. It's over close to $30,000 in difference in payoff. It's over $101,000 for the 12, $73,000 for the 2 horse. So we'll see if that changes, which oftentimes it will, to closely reflect what the will pays are in a pick six, pick 4, pick 5, et cetera, et cetera. But let's talk about who we like in here. I go to the number 5 horse, Golden Runner, for Sarah Hamilton, 11-1 right now on the board. One of the 5 horses that would trigger another pick six carryover. A filly by Gun Runner, phenomenal pedigree, half sister to a turf winner. Nothing wrong with those 3 races at Turfway Park on the synthetic. Declan Cannon, on the heels of his biggest success yesterday with Verstappen in the Elkhorn Stakes, obviously can get around the turf course. I'll go to Gold Runner to try to spring the upset and carry the pick six yet again here at Keeneland into Wednesday.
12-1 on the board right now, Son of Gun Runner, as you mentioned, out of the Medaglia d'Oro mare. And on the synthetic so far, going the mile, this horse has shown an impressive turn of foot. So I think that's encouraging on the transition to the turf course, which sometimes makes that turn of foot a little bit more potent.
After 8, the number 2 horse, 4-1, your top play, the current second choice on the tote board right now. But we talked about this filly on the Today at Keeneland show this morning, in Arnaud Delacour and his ability to bring a horse into races like this off of a layoff, first time going around a ground, high percentages, situational statistics with Arnaud Delacour surrounding this filly as she gets set for start 2 of her career.
Okay, so I looked it up. 180 plus day layouts on the turf. He wins at 23%, 51% in the money. Horses going from dirt to turf and stretching out from sprints to route. So they're doing both of those things at the same time. 28% finishes in the money 61% of the time. So that is still very strong statistics for Arnaud Delacour. This filly is by Into Mischief. She comes from the family of Pretty and Cool, who is a multiple graded stakes winner, grade 1 place sprinter. There's a lot of talent in this pedigree, hence the high purchase price of $425,000. I just think she has a lot of talent. They took their time with her, gave her some time after her 2-year-old season, bringing her back where she belongs at 2 turns on the turf.
Let's go to the 3 horse. That's Estrella for Bill Mott. Caught Lasix, received Lasix in the last 2 races, sprinting on the turf at Gulfstream Park. Now routes with Lasix here this afternoon or running without them at the age of 2, or without that race day medication at the age of 2 on debut. So we'll see how she fares. She's got the pedigree to get the distance, and perhaps just growing up from 2 to 3 will aid in that, and continuing on with that race day medication of Lasix on the 3 Estrella.
Yeah, she's a filly by Mendelssohn. She should be able to stretch out in distance, and she did have some trouble last time out, and you cannot afford to have any trouble in a 5-furlong sprint at Gulfstream Park. Also, we mentioned this, horses sprinting on the turf at Gulfstream. It's more prone to horses who are forwardly placed, and she just did not have the speed to keep up with some of those turf sprinters, so the 2 turns should be beneficial.
Boltoro will try to close, one would think. I mean, maybe it was just an early portion of his career thing where he was coming, or she rather was coming from so far out of it. She sat a little closer in those dirt races at Fairgrounds. Might be just a product of the change in surface. So we'll see what Adam Beschizza decides to do with this nicely bred filly by Boltoro.
Well, look at her race at Kentucky Downs. I know it was a while ago. It was last September at Kentucky Downs, and she closed a little bit to finish second at 11-1. She would come back in a maiden special weight here to overcome a slow pace and still lose by just a length. I think she has some class, and you could argue that she's maybe better now than she was last fall. And if that's the case and she comes back to the turf, she could be sitting on a big race.
Mended We Stand is the 11 horse, another Mendelssohn filly who comes out of consecutive sprints, Gulfstream back to routing. So we'll see how she fares on that move. This will be her third start this season. The 11 runner currently 14-1 for Rusty Arnold, who has had a very productive meet at Keeneland this spring.
Yeah, sprint to the route, and third start off of the layoff. I think all that could help this filly. She just, when you look at her longer distance races, she did manage to show speed, and I think that will help with this outside post.
Royal Blood, the 7-horse for Carlo Vaccarezza, his son Michael Vaccarezza, the owner, a Carpe Diem filly. She's run some even races sprinting. Maybe the move out to a route will wake her up. She's 23-1. We're talking about the 7-horse right now on the paddock side. That's Royal Blood, soon to have Rafael Bejarano in the saddle.
Well, I think it's kind of a similar angle with the 6, Estrella. If you like the 3, who is 9-1, I think you have to at least respect the 7, Royal Blood, at 23-1. You're getting a much better price, and she kind of has similar form. I know her last race was a maiden claiming race, but the final time came up, I think equivalent to maybe a maiden special weight, typically down there at Gulfstream Park. She was the beaten favorite, but again, it's so hard to close on that turf course. So at a distance today could help this filly. I like her at a big price, at least to use underneath.
One of the best betting boards that you'll see this meet. How about 7-2 on the favorite with the number 12 horse? That would mean a $9 winner for the win, the $2 win wager, if in fact that price holds up. I don't see why it would change all that much between the 12 and the 2, probably in that 7-2, even 4-1 range, as she just moves up to 4-1, and the 4 horse comes down to 7-2 right now. So 3 horses taking play as we wait for the Riders Up call for the 9th and final here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and final race, the Spring Hill. Maiden special weight, 3-year-old fillies 1 mile over the turf, listed good. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 of $10,145. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Post time at 7 minutes.
Tom Leach waiting for the last race of the week here at Keeneland for his long shot pick of the day for this card. And this is the number 1 horse, Red Jag, a daughter of Mizzen Mast for Paulo Lobo, who moves over to the turf for the first time. She didn't do much with her tries on the synthetic at Turfway Park, but she's half-sister to 3 turf winners. Perhaps the surface switch will wake her up. Tom Leach, his long shot pick of the day, Red Jag. The number 6 horse is Summertime Rose. She's a big, long, leggy filly, lengthy filly, I should say. From a physical perspective, looks like that she might be one to really lean on as far as just from a size against these sophomore fillies. So 11-1 on the board for Summertime Rose, really taken by her looks in comparison to a lot of these fillies. Big, long-bodied daughter of Malibu Moon. Before we get to the outside horse, let's go to the number 5 in here. The number 5 Golden Runner for Sarah Hamilton, the gun runner filly. That's my top selection. Gabby, you just spoke to Sarah, the trainer of this filly. What did she have to say about the 5 Golden Runner, who is 14-1 right now?
Yeah, she said she's really excited to get this filly to the turf. She's been waiting for turf season to approach to get her on this specific surface. And I asked her, why is that? What does she show you in her morning training that leads you to believe she'll be better on the turf? And she said she's just a really classy, quiet filly, and the way she just kind of moves over the track, she does think that she'll take to the turf today. And she's also been feeling really good the last couple of days, which is obviously a positive sign.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing her compete. That is the number 5 horse, Golden Runner. And then we'll wrap it up with Time to Race. This will be the second time we've seen this filly compete here at Keeneland. She comes back in just 10 days off of a try on dirt against Curl Girl. Curl Girl, that Curlin filly, was so impressive on the 13th of April. This is a filly that ran well enough on the synthetic tracks up at Turfway to pick up a couple of in-the-money finishes with those attempts. So maybe the dirt is just not going to be her thing. And the first time on turf, worth a look. Daughter of Race Day, Harlan Soliday, First Dam, Time to Race. The 8 Jack Gilligan for Michelle Nihei, currently sitting at 53-1. It's the 9th and final here at Keeneland. Good luck as they'll be going 1 mile on the turf course.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and final race, the Spring Hill. They are at the post. And they're off. After 8 comes out for the lead. Royal Blood is there in the center of the course. Men Did We Stand up close on the far outside. And then Freitas the Red, who's fourth as they head for the first turn. After 8 is the leader. After 8 gets over to the rail, leads it here by a length and a half in the early going. And then Royal Blood, who is second up on the outside. Estrella third toward the inside. Men Did We Stand is a wide fourth heading off the first turn. Freitas the Red down toward the inside is in fifth. Summertime Rose between horses is sixth. Mischievous Gal a wide seventh as they head up the back stretch. And then Red Jag, who's eighth back toward the inside. Golden Runner is in some traffic in ninth. 7 lengths off the lead. Boltoro alongside her in the 10th position. And then Rosie Tomorrow's far outside is 11th and a break of 4 more lengths back to Time to Race, who's last of the 12. 23.67 at the quarter, 47.7 seconds for the first half mile. After 8, the leader by a length and a half. Into the far turn, Royal Blood is second by a half length. And here's Estrella looking for running room to the inside. Men Did We Stand is there and swinging up wide from fourth into third to challenge for second within a length of the lead. Then Freitas the Red. Mischievous Gal is wide 5 from the front. Summertime Rose tries to move with her. Rosie Tomorrow, center of the course. Boltoro still back in some traffic. After 8 is the leader. After 8 leads it by 2 lengths, by 3 into the final furlong. Freitas the Red, Men Did We Stand are right there. Time to Race is running down the center of the course. Golden Runner is coming up the inside. That is all the battle for second at this point. After 8 leads by 5. Freitas the Red to second. Time to Race third. After 8 wins it for Flavian Pratt. Freitas the Red second. And then across the line, Time to Race was home third.
Really an easy win in the end for After 8 here today against what looked to be a very competitive group of runners. They were competitive with one another, that group back behind him, but nowhere near After 8 here today for Arnaud Delacour and Burning Daylight Farms and others here in the nightcap at Keeneland.
We mentioned prior to the race how strong Arnaud Delacour is off of these layoffs on the turf and even going from dirt to turf, sprint to route. That was the exact situation with this filly today, and he proved that once again the statistics hold strongly here with this filly taking the field gate to wire. 2-4-8 across the finish line for the 9th and final on this Sunday evening.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth race, number 2 after 8 was first. 4 Freitas the Red was second. 8 Time to Race third. 9 Boltoro was fourth. 5 Golden Runner was fifth. 24895 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's ninth race official. 24895, the official results. In the winner's circle, the official winner of Keeneland's ninth race, the Spring Hill, number 2 after 8, owned by Burning Daylight Farms Incorporated of Arthur A. Watson, owned also by Rebecca Galbraith, Arnaud Delacour, the trainer, and Flavian Pratt, the jockey. After 8, a 3-year-old filly by Into Mischief out of Classy Dame by Blame, winner bred in Kentucky by Nancy Shuford. Keeneland September sales graduate after 8 gets the mile over the turf listed good, 1 minute 36.3 seconds. 2 winners on today's card, bred by Nancy Shuford. Again, the results are official. Pick 6 today pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. There will be a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 when live racing resumes on Wednesday. That carryover $32,746. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Spring Hill to the connections of After 8. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.